Welcome everyone to another superhero iceberg. Today's iceberg is going to be fantastic.
Say that
Yes, I'll be talking about the Fantastic Four iceberg. I have already covered quite a few Fantastic Four topics in previous videos, so go check out these videos for more info on these topics. Also, I'll be going over topics related to Doctor Doom, Galactus, and Silver Surfer as well, as they're tied heavily with Marvel's first family. Remember to like the video and subscribe if you want to watch more icebergs. You can also become a channel member and get a bunch of benefits, like seeing these videos early, getting your name shouted out at the end of the video, and getting extended video previews of the icebergs. With all that being said, let's begin. But first, this video is sponsored by NordVPN. Galactus eating the Earth is pretty scary, but you know what's scarier? People on the dark web stealing your information and stealing your identity. I'm being serious. One of my biggest fears is my information being sold around on the dark web. Like an iceberg, the internet has a surface level, but in the deeper levels, things get sinister fast. And a way people can get your information is if you go onto websites that don't have HTTPS encryption. Luckily, there's a way to fight back against these people who want to sell your information, or even hijack your life. And that's with NordVPN. With a click of a button, your IP address will be hidden from websites and people wanting to steal your data. And with NordVPN Threat Protection Pro, your information can be protected without a click of a button, as NordVPN Threat Protection Pro will automatically scan websites for you and block phishing sites even when you're not using the VPN. And it's not just PCs. NordVPN works with iOS devices, Android devices, Mac devices, and more, which is very helpful because information can be stolen by using unreliable public Wi-Fi. Protect your information with NordVPN and use the link in the description and pinned comment to get started. By using that link, you're not only helping yourself, but also me, as it helps the channel out a ton. Fantastic Four 3. Rise of the Silver Surfer wasn't supposed to be the last film in the mid-2000s Fox Fantastic Four films, with all 4 Fantastic members being signed on for 3 films. However, it seems that a third film was never far in development, as less than a year after the film's release, in March of 2008, Chris Evans stated that they probably weren't going to do another one, and a year later, it was confirmed that Fantastic Four would be getting a reboot. So, what do we know about this third film? Like, nothing. We know that Thing and Alicia's relationship would have taken center stage, and Doctor Doom would have returned, again, but that's about it. Tim Story, the director of the first 2 films, stated that he wanted Black Panther to appear in the third installment, despite them not actually owning the rights to Black Panther. As to why Fantastic Four 3 was cancelled, it was because Rise of the Silver Surfer's box office performance wasn't that great, despite the film being a critical improvement from the original. Hulk vs. the Thing. One of the most iconic comic book matchups in history is Hulk vs. the Thing. And unlike other famous matchups like Superman vs. Goku or Punisher vs. Batman, both characters are owned by Marvel, so they've done this matchup quite a few times over the years. So, who's gotten the most victories in the main Marvel universe? I don't really know why I'm asking you this, because I mean we all know the answer. It's Hulk. Thing has actually only won a handful of times, and that's because while Thing is pretty tough, he's not Hulk levels of tough. Some of their most notable encounters include their first fight in Fantastic Four issue 12, released in December of 1962, their first real brutal fight in Fantastic Four issue 25, released in January of 1964, the time that Doctor Strange had Thing help him fight Hulk in Marvel Fanfare issue 21, released in April of 1985. The rare Thing victory in Fantastic Four issue 320, released in July of 1988, another rare Thing victory in Immortal Hulk issue 41, released in December of 2020, and when Hulk nearly instantly took down Thing in Secret Empire issue 6, released in July of 2017. According to John Cimino, out of the 61 times that Thing and Hulk have fought each other in the main Marvel universe from 1962 to 2020, Hulk won 10 of these fights, while Thing won 6. The rest were draws. Secret Wars. Releasing from January of 1984 and ending in December of the same year, and written by Jim Shooter, Secret Wars is one of the most important comic events in all of Marvel Comics, as it was the very first company-wide crossover event. The story is actually pretty simple. A bunch of Marvel heroes and villains, including the Fantastic Four, Galactus, and Doctor Doom, are transported to a strange world called Battle World. Created by the powerful entity, the Beyonder, the Beyonder has the heroes and villains fight each other for his amusement, and whoever wins would get their wishes granted. Well, I say it was for his amusement, but he was really doing an experiment on humanity's need for desire. But he still enjoyed the show, so might as well be for his amusement. And so, the heroes and villains battled it out. Except it wasn't just two sides in this fight. No, there were many little factions. The first faction included the Fantastic Four, Captain America, Spider-Man, the Grungler, Hulk, Iron Man, and some others. The second was the X-Men, who chose to be a different faction due to Magneto joining the heroes early on in the story. Then there's the villains, who split up into multiple different factions. Galactus decides to be by himself and drains Ultron of his power. He then tries to take on the Beyonder, but loses. Doctor Doom is kicked out of the villains group by Kang, which is kind of funny nowadays. Doom then rebuilds Ultron and creates the villains Titania and Volcana. He then has Ultron take out Kang, and some of the other villains decide to join him. Eventually, Doom absorbs Galactus' power thanks to a machine created by Claw, and then absorbs the Beyonder's power. He then revives Kang and kills all of the heroes. But the heroes are then revived by Doom after the Beyonder, through Claw, tricks Doom into reviving them. Beyonder then regains his powers as Doom fights Captain America, and then teleports Doom off of Battle World. After all of this, the heroes are victorious. In the aftermath, Reed creates a device that creates a portal that allows them to return to Earth. And so, everybody returns home. Well, everyone but Thing, as Ben has the ability to change back to his human form while on Battle World, so he decides to stay in space for a little while longer. This is only a very brief recap of what happened. There's way too much to talk about for just a single entry. Secret Wars was an insanely popular series when it was releasing, and has gotten multiple sequels, and has served as inspiration for various films, games, and shows, including the Secret Wars event in Spider-Man the Animated Series, Season 4 of Avengers Assemble, and the film Avengers Secret Wars. The reason why Herbie exists. Herbie is one of the very few superhero characters to originate from a show who was then adapted in the comics. While not my favorite time this has happened, cough cough hardly, Herbie's story from show to comics is a bit funny. The New Fantastic Four was an animated series running for 13 episodes from September to December of 1978. This is where Herbie debuted, but not as a companion to the team, but as a full-on fourth member. Yes, fourth member. You see, the New Fantastic Four's roster consisted of Reed, Sue, Ben, and Herbie. Johnny was nowhere to be found. This is because around this time, Universal Pictures had the rights to Human Torch, and so Johnny couldn't be in the show, or be even referenced. In fact, in this continuity, he just never existed. Sue was an only child. So Marvel artist Dave Cockrum was asked to design a character to replace Johnny. He wasn't exactly super happy with the idea of replacing the Human Torch, so he created a purposely bad design and handed it over to Marvel, who then handed the design to Jack Kirby, who finalized the design. And so Herbie was created. So Herbie owes his existence to copyright law issues, and Dave Cockrum drawing a very lame looking robot. Fan4Stick 2. Fan4Stick, yes, I'm calling it that throughout the video, was supposed to kickstart a Fantastic Four film series with a sequel already being scheduled to be released in July of 2017, before the first film had even begun filming. And then, after the film released and did, well, poorly, Fox debated on making the sequel before deciding in November 2015 to scrap it. Simon Kinberg really wanted to make this film, but despite his efforts at generating interest in a sequel and convincing Fox to go ahead with it, the sequel would never come. So what was this film going to look like? We have no idea. Nothing public has ever been stated about what this film's plot was going to be about, but we can speculate. Since the original version of Fan4Stick was going to include Galactus, more on that in a bit, it's a safe assumption that Galactus could have been in the film. There was also talk prior to the original film's release about this series taking place in the X-Men cinematic universe, so maybe the sequel would have explored that a bit. Also, Doom would have probably returned. The original Human Torch. While Johnny Storm is by far the most iconic character to go by the name Human Torch, he's far from the first. First appearing in Marvel Comics issue 1, released in August of 1939, the Human Torch was not born but built. Not in a cave with a pile of scraps, but in a laboratory with a pile of Horton cells. Horton cells are synthetic replicas of human cells, and they were used to create an android in 1939 by a man named Finis T. Horton. But the cells were prone to exploding into fire, which at first was seen as a problem, but it was quickly realized that these flames didn't actually harm the android, and so the Human Torch was created and was instantly hated on by everyone because, well, I mean, it's a dude walking around constantly on fire, they were scared of it. After some shenanigans, the android would be doused in nitrogen, which allowed him to control his fire powers, and after that, he nearly killed his creator. Yeah, Finis really wanted to make money off of the Human Torch, but Torch was like, nah, and burned his house down and became a superhero. Taking up the name Jim Hammond, he pretended to be human and got a job as a police officer, and would eventually make amends with his creator, and even get a sidekick, Toro, an Inhuman whose Inhuman gene activated upon meeting Jim. He also had Human Torch powers. The two would eventually join forces with other heroes, like Captain America, and fight in World War II. After the war, the two would be defeated by the villain, the Crime Boss, very original name I know, and would be trapped underground from 1949 to 1953, where he and Toro were freed by nuclear bomb testing. But these nukes made Jim a bit unstable, so Jim deactivated himself, ending the story of the original Human Torch. For a time, then it got weird. Thanks to Immortus, a Kang the Conqueror variant, Human Torch's body was split into two. The first was rebuilt by the villain the Mad Thinker and fought against the Fantastic Four, only to realize that he was being used for evil, so he sacrificed his life to save the Four. The other was found by Ultron, and this body would actually be modified and eventually would become Vision. In Avengers West Coast issue 50, released in July of 1989, the West Coast Avengers found the body of the original Human Torch and reactivated him. He then joins the team, and since then has been a regular member of various Avengers teams. But he would eventually die again in New Invaders issue 9, released in April of 2005, once again sacrificing his life. And his body would then be used by the villain, Zong Chin, to create a virus to wipe out half the world's population. Captain America would stop him and bury Jim once again, only for Torch to be brought back to life again by Toro, and to this day, he's still kicking. Though he did almost die after Namor destroyed his body, requiring Iron Man to build him a new body. As for Jim's powers, his Horton cells allow him to cover his entire body in fire. He can also absorb a fire, reduce the temperature of objects, fire from his hands, fly, and his fire is also radioactive. He's also got superhuman strength, since he's an android. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Marvel Puzzle Quest, LEGO Marvel's Avengers, the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, the Superhero Squad show, and kinda the MCU. Fantastic Four was meant to be Stan Lee's final comic. Stan Lee is one of the most important figures at Marvel. He's a co-creator on a ton of characters, ranging from Spider-Man, Daredevil, Hulk, Black Panther, the X-Men, and more. While it's debated on how much influence he actually had on these characters, he was still involved heavily in the creation process. But many of these characters wouldn't exist, or would be extremely different, if the Fantastic Four comics weren't a hit in the early 60s. After 20 years of being in the comic industry, Stan had lost his love for the medium, and in the early 1960s, he was just about to quit. But his wife convinced him to write about characters he actually wanted to write about, characters that he would actually want to read stories about, and so Stan Lee created the Fantastic Four after being told by Martin Goodman to create a superhero team. So Stan handed over the first issue to Marvel with the belief that this comic would be rejected, which would lead to him retiring from comics. But that didn't happen. Marvel accepted it, and the Fantastic Four went on to become a very popular comic for a while, and so Stan Lee stayed with Marvel, and the rest is history. At least, that's the story. You see, a lot of this stuff can't actually be confirmed, and elements of this story have been disputed by Fantastic Four co-creator Jack Kirby. Kirby claims that he was mostly responsible for the creation of the Fantastic Four, while Stan claims he gave Kirby the synopsis for the issue and let him do his thing. And sadly, since both Stan Lee and Jack Kirby have passed away, and many of the people who worked at Marvel with them in the 60s have also passed away, like I said, there's not really a way for this story to be outright confirmed or debunked. Realistically speaking, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Silver Surfer met Hank Hill. Here's a real quick funny one. In 1998, the animated Silver Surfer series ran its brief 13-episode run on Fox Kids. And as part of Fox Kids' Heads for the Hills event, Silver Surfer, along with some other Fox Kids shows, crossed over with the series King of the Hill. As part of the event, we got 2 ads with the Silver Surfer and Hank Hill hanging out. The first, and far more iconic one, is Hank convincing Silver Surfer to switch the source of energy to his board with propane, with it being established in this continuity that Silver Surfer is Hank's neighbor, which gets him a discount and a free t-shirt. The second ad has Silver Surfer lending his powers to Hank's car, as Hank and his wife Peggy fly their car through space to bring Silver Surfer home, along with Etno from Space Goofs. Gonna be real, I've never heard of Space Goofs before. I don't know what this is. The Maker. First appearing in Ultimate Fantastic Four Issue 1, released in January of 2004, Reed Richards from the Ultimate Universe is, well, he's rather interesting. Like his 616 counterpart, Reed was born a genius, and because of his genius, he was chosen to work for the United States government at a very young age. He would be brought to the Baxter Building and begin to work with Sue, Johnny, and Doom. Eventually, while trying to open up a portal to the negative zone, there was an accident that gave Reed, Sue, Johnny, and Ben their Fantastic Four powers. But Doom was left unchanged, which is kind of funny because this accident only occurred because Doom had actually tried to assassinate Reed. Well, I guess I shouldn't say he was left unchanged. While he didn't get any powers, his body did become metallic, and he got weird goat legs. And so, while Reed and crew became the Fantastic Four, Doom went a little bit crazy and became a thorn in Richard's side. But anyways, back to Reed. Eventually, the Fantastic Four would disband due to the Ultimatum storyline, resulting in Franklin Storm being killed and Sue entering a coma. Wanting revenge, Reed would abandon the comatose Sue, and when Sue found out about this upon waking up, she wasn't very happy, and after Reed tried to propose to her at her father's funeral, she called things off. So, the team disbanded. Reed would then go insane, murder his family, and fake his death. Don't feel too bad about his dad, by the way. His dad was abusive. He would find out that the world was going to end one day, and so wanted to save the world in his own unique, little twisted evil way. This eventually led to him fighting his former friends, and nearly killing Sue. Johnny didn't take too kindly to that, and burned Reed's face. And it's after this attack that Reed decides to go by the name The Maker, and becomes one of the most powerful villains in the Ultimate Universe. For a while, he did absolutely horrific things, and also started up the team The Dark Ultimates. Though he would eventually, kinda get better. He would work together with his universe's heroes to battle Earth-616 Galactus, who was trying to destroy their Earth. This led to him discovering the life that 616 Reed was living, and how he was married to Sue and had children. While pretending that this discovery made him reform, in secret he was still very much evil, and would eventually team up with the 616 group, the Cabal, which included Thanos, Maximus, Namor, and more. Then the events of Secret Wars 2015 happened, which I'll talk about in just a little bit. In the aftermath, the Maker became obsessed with Earth-616, and created the group Whisper, and became a reoccurring foe for the heroes of the main Marvel Universe. Oh yeah, I should also mention that by this point, the Maker existed in nearly every single universe, thanks to Molecule Man sending bits and pieces of him to every reality. So he constantly had new bodies to jump into. Using his various bodies, he tried to turn the multiverse into a single universe, but was stopped by the heroes from his home reality who had recently been resurrected. And after this, they decided to travel the multiverse to wipe out every single version of him. Maker would then eventually bond with a symbiote known as Hybrid, and it's around this time that the Maker decided that he wanted to restore his original universe. He would eventually become separated from Hybrid, and instead bonds with the Ultimate Universe's Venom, and as Venom, he would return to the remains of his universe. Realizing he can't exactly rebuild his universe, he decides to take over another universe. So he travels to Earth-6160, a reality that was destined to be like Earth-616. Now, in this reality, Maker would become this universe's ultimate leader, and would eventually use a time machine to travel into the future to see if his empire lasts. There, he found Kang the Conqueror, and now that Kang knew that the Maker had a time machine as well, Kang sent his army back in time to attack Maker. So Maker worked with his universe's Reed and Howard Stark to fight Kang, but Reed and Howard betrayed the Maker, and this resulted in both Kang and the Maker being killed. As for the Maker's powers, he's got the ability to bend and stretch his body to extreme limits, like Mr. Fantastic. He's also a genius, and his brain power only increased when he was thrown into every single reality. He also had your standard symbiote abilities when he was bonded with Venom and Hybrid. As for his appearances in media, he's only ever appeared as skins in Marvel Future Fight, Marvel Super War, and Marvel Rivals. And skins based on him when he was Mr. Fantastic appear in the Rise of the Silver Surfer game, and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. is the Human Torch from Deadpool and Wolverine the same one from the 2000s films? When Chris Evans reprised his role as Johnny Storm in 2024's Deadpool and Wolverine, many Fantastic Four fans had one question. Was this version of the Human Torch the same one from the Tim Story duology from the mid-2000s? Surprisingly, we don't actually have an answer. You would think that somebody who worked on the film would have said something about it, but nope. So we gotta speculate. What's the evidence for this being the same Johnny? For starters, obviously, the fact that he's played by Chris Evans is a pretty big hint. We also know that when the MCU brings in actors to play past roles, they're usually the same character. For example, Tobey and Andrew Spider-Man, Daphne Keane as X-23, and presumably all of the Fox X-Men actors in Avengers Doomsday. But at the same time, it's not always like that. For example, Professor X in Multiverse of Madness isn't the same as the Charles from the original X-Men films. There's also no indication that Black Bolt in Multiverse of Madness is the same one from the Inhumans show, and Wolverine from Deadpool and Wolverine is explicitly stated and shown to not be the same Wolverine from before, so the past actor thing doesn't actually mean that much. But then we have Johnny's costume, which, while not the same as the old suit, is very clearly inspired by it. But then there's the fact that Johnny acts very different from how he does in the Tim Story films. But yet again, it has been quite a while since those films, so he could have just changed in those years. Or maybe being in the void changed him. Point is, we don't actually have an answer. Personally, I don't like to think that they're the same. I like to think of him as a variant. Willie Lumpkin. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 11, released in November of 1962, William Lumpkin, aka Willie Lumpkin, is the world's oldest mailman. He doesn't have some crazy backstory or lore. He's just a mailman who's really good friends with the Fantastic Four, often delivering mail to the team, and even helping out the team on adventures. He was a comic relief character, and through his adventures with the team, he gained a lot of stories, but nobody actually believed him, and most of his family believed that he was going senile. Probably the craziest adventure he went on was when he was controlled by the being Tempus, who wanted to destroy Earth-616 so that he could die. So we had Willie take Reed's time machine and travel through time to create paradoxes that would eventually lead to reality collapsing. Luckily for reality, and Willie, Reed was contacted by the Watcher, and the Fantastic Four was able to defeat Tempest and save both Willie and reality. There was also a time when the villain Nightmare had made it so that humanity was afraid of reading, so Reed used Willie's mind to travel into the worlds of reading to defeat Nightmare. He also dated Aunt May for a bit. Willie would continue delivering mail for a while, but eventually would retire for a bit, only to then retire from retirement and go back to delivering mail. Life was pretty swell for him, but that changed when he was diagnosed with a brain tumor, which caused him to enter a coma. Luckily, the Fantastic Four shrunk down and removed the tumor, saving Willie's life. As for his powers, Willie only has two. He can wiggle his ears, and he's immortal. Yes, Willie's immortal. After nearly being killed during a fight between Deadpool and the villain The Wrecker, Deadpool traveled to Wakanda in order to get some vibranium to fix Willie up. But while there, Black Panther discovered that if he combined Wade's cells with some artificial photosynthetic bio-nanites, he could make somebody immortal. So Deadpool gave this combination to Willie. So Willie's immortal. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Fantastic Four: World's Greatest Superheroes and the 2005 Fantastic Four film, Secret Wars 2015, Releasing from May of 2015 to January of 2016, Secret Wars, or Secret Wars 2015, is arguably the most important Marvel comic event of the 21st century, only being rivaled by Civil War and House of M, and is 100% the most important event in the 2010s. This Secret Wars event is similar to the original in that a bunch of heroes and villains show up and fight. But unlike the original, it's not just a couple dozen, it's pretty much everyone. Following the events of the storyline Time Runs Out, there's only two realities in the multiverse left, Earth 616 and the Ultimate Marvel Universe, Earth 1610. This is actually partially Dr. Doom's fault, as he had tried to go back in time to prevent the Beyonders from wiping out the multiverse. Not the Beyonder, but the Beyonders, a race of godlike beings outside of the multiverse who maintain it. The Beyonder is a member of the Beyonders, though. They planned on ending the multiverse, and so Doom tried to stop them, but failed and accidentally made it so that every multiverse collided with another one. But he did manage to kill the Beyonders. It just, required him to destroy all but 12 multiverses. So these last 12 realities begin to collide with each other. Anyways, it's a nightmare on 616, with countless heroes and villains dying. Reed Richards creates a life raft to keep his family safe, along with some other superheroes. But the raft is damaged, so Sue, Ben, and many members of the Future Foundation are lost. Reality is then destroyed, and Reed's life raft ends up on a new world, in the remains of the two realities. This is Battle World. After killing the Beyonders, Doom had their power absorbed into Molecule Man, who in turn gave Doom their power, becoming God Emperor Doom. Using his power, Doom creates a new battle world, built with the remains of various realities. And because he's all-powerful, he wipes the minds of everyone there, so everybody obeys him. Sue even falls in love with Doom and gives birth to his children, alternate versions of Franklin and Valeria, while Ben was convinced by Doom to become a part of a giant wall protecting Battleworld. Reed's life raft was discovered, and eventually Reed and the survivors of 616 were released. But they weren't the only survivors of the previous realities. The Maker had created his own life raft, and was now in Battleworld as well. The two Reeds then joined forces to defeat God Emperor Doom, while the Inhuman Maximus starts a rebellion against Doom. Thanos also convinces Thing to break free of the wall and battle Doom, though Ben never actually gets to fight Doom, as Franklin Von Doom has Galactus kill him. All-out war across Battleworld begins, as thousands upon thousands of variants battle it out. The two Reeds locate Molecule Man, but the Maker betrays his good counterpart by trapping him in a temporal bubble that turns him into a monkey. Luckily, Molecule Man annihilates the Maker and restores Reed. Not exactly thrilled about what's going on, Molecule Man helps Reed confront Doom, but he doesn't fight Doom. Instead, he takes most of Doom's powers away and has Reed and Doom face off. But instead of fighting, the two just talk. Just kidding, they absolutely fight. Eventually, Reed is able to get Doom to admit that Reed would have done a better job at restoring reality with the Beyonders' power. Molecule Man then gives Reed the power of the Beyonders. Reed then rebuilds Earth 616 and brings everybody back to life. With help from his family, they rebuild the entire multiverse. He also manipulated Doom's mind, making Victor believe that he was dead, so that Doom could live his life, no longer trying to compete with Reed. Doom would eventually go back to being evil, though. Secret Wars 2015 was a massive event with an enormous amount of tie-in comics and miniseries. The events of Secret Wars 2015 have inspired various pieces of media over the years, such as Marvel Future Revolution, the Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 DLC, Fantastic Four Shadow of Doom, Marvel Realm of Champions, and Avengers Secret Wars. Well, probably. As of right now, we don't know which Secret Wars will serve as the main inspiration for the film, but if I had to guess, it will probably be a mix of both the original and the 2015 event. Mole Man. First appearing in Fantastic Four Issue 1, released in August of 1961, Harvey Elder is the Fantastic Four's very first villain, and coincidentally, one of their weirdest reoccurring enemies. Born in the 1910s, Harvey was born with deformities that gave him a very bizarre appearance and very bad eyesight. Because of this, he was mocked relentlessly by his peers. If you think bullying's bad in the 21st century, imagine what pre-World War II bullying was like. Anyways, Harvey would become a scientist and fall in love, but before he could make any moves, the harassment he received became too much, and so he quit, and decided to find the Hollow Earth. A bit of a jump there, but he was really hyped to find some dinosaurs, or whatever's supposed to be in the Hollow Earth. While looking for the Hollow Earth, he discovered an underground cavern called Subterranea, and there, he found a race of strange beings known as the Mole People, or Moloids, along with a bunch of giant monsters. Harvey then began calling himself Mole Man, and decided to create his own little underground empire, and planned to get revenge on the world above. His first attack on the surface led him into conflict with the Fantastic Four, who became his most reoccurring enemies. It's kind of funny, though, because his first attack was like, "I'm gonna send some monsters to the surface." But then his second attack was, "I'm going to start a nuclear war." Just like a huge leap in seriousness. Anyways, Mole Man continued to battle the Fantastic Four for years, along with some other heroes such as the Avengers and X-Men. But he would also fight the villain Tyrannus, who was actually a former emperor of Rome who was given immortality by the Fountain of Youth. Tyrannus had his own underground empire, which led to some epic underground warfare between him and Mole Man. Oh yeah, he also died once. During the Infinity Crusade storyline, the sun went supernova, and Mole Man sorta kinda got eradicated. But he came back to life like everybody else shortly afterwards. He's also got a kid. Yeah, Mole Man banged somebody, and has a terrifying mole monster son. As for Mole Man's powers, he's got a radar sense, which is very similar to Daredevil's radar sense. He's also a genius, and is surprisingly a very good fighter. Oh, and of course, he's also got an entire army of mole people and monsters under his command. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the 60s Fantastic Four show, the Superhero Squad show, Hulk in the Agents of Smash, the 2005 Fantastic Four movie tie-in game, Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes, kind of Fanforstic, and the MCU. Deleted scenes. Not every scene thought up for the Fantastic Four films made it into the final cut. Here's a list of some of the deleted scenes from Fantastic Four films, and films featuring Fantastic Four related characters. For Fantastic Four 2005, there was supposed to be a scene where Sue and Doom would go out to dinner. There was supposed to be a scene in which Sue opens up fan mail at the Baxter Building. There was also supposed to be a scene of Reed, Sue, and Johnny waking up on their ship after being hit by the cosmic wave. Originally, the woman who Johnny kisses towards the beginning of the film was actually supposed to be Frankie Ray. Nick Fury was originally supposed to appear in the film, and a scene where Doom and Johnny are in a limo together and Doom tries to manipulate him was cut from the film. As for Rise of the Silver Surfer, a completely different opening credits sequence was planned. This would be heavily inspired by the Raimi Spider-Man films. a scene where Johnny finds out that Thing's action figures are selling way more than his was cut from the film. While working on his arm gauntlet, Doom's face was supposed to start falling apart. While not a deleted scene, originally Doug Jones was supposed to voice the Silver Surfer, and you can actually hear his voice in one of the trailers. Nick Fury was also supposed to appear in this film, and there was supposed to be an action sequence between the Fantastic Four and Doom set at Doom's castle. For Fan 4 Stick, an entire action sequence where Thing goes on a mission for the US government was cut from the film, despite it appearing heavily in trailers. The Fantastic Car was also meant to appear in the film, along with Herbie, who would have been built by Reed while he was in hiding. An entire action sequence featuring Mole Man was cut from the film. It would have taken place in a city, which is probably why so many of the film's posters have the team in a city. For Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, there was originally supposed to be a post-credits scene featuring Reed Richards watching the events of Wanda slaughtering the Illuminati from the Baxter Building, revealing that he had somehow survived the encounter. For Thor: Love and Thunder, early in development, there was an idea to have Galactus appear in the film and be defeated by Jane Foster, aka Mighty Thor. For Deadpool and Wolverine, the Fantastic Four from Fan 4 Stick was planned to make a cameo in the film, but this was scrapped due to budget concerns and fear that their inclusion would make Chris Evans' Human Torch's minor role in the film feel less special. And finally, for Thunderbolts, as the new Avengers watched the Fantastic Four's ship enter their world, Bucky was originally going to ask, "What's the number for?" To which Walker would ask if Bucky meant the word for or the number for. What if the Fantastic Four had different superpowers? In What If Issue 6, released in September of 1977, we're introduced to a reality in which the Fantastic Four, well, they had different powers. In this reality, when the Fantastic Four were hit by the cosmic rays that gave them their powers, they get new power. I just repeated like the same thing twice. Anyways, as for their new powers, Reed lost his entire body, becoming the hero Big Brain. Ben was turned into a monster dragonfly man, becoming the hero Dragonfly. Johnny became a cybernetic being, becoming the hero Mandroid. And Sue, well, she just got Reed's original powers, so she can stretch. She became the hero Ultra Woman, and together they became the Fantastic Four. But their group relationships were a bit different this time around. Sue and Ben began to have feelings for each other, and Reed was, understandably, a bit jealous. Especially since, he's just like a giant brain. As the Fantastic Four, they would battle all kinds of villains, but their arch-enemy was Dr. Doom. Doom tricked Reed into traveling with him to Latveria, with the promise of helping him with his problems with Sue. But when they got to Latveria, Doom forced him to work on a time machine that would allow Doom to travel back into the past to find the Stones of Merlin, gems that would allow whoever had them to be invincible. The rest of the Fantastic Four would travel to Latveria and defeat Dr. Doom. And so, Big Brain Reed would then transfer his mind into Doom's body and take it over. And that's the end of the story. Reed is now possessing Doom's body. The 1990s film, released in Never, Fantastic Four, directed by Ole Sassoni, is a rather infamous superhero film. The movie follows the Fantastic Four battling Dr. Doom, and well, it's just your standard Fantastic Four story. The most notable thing about its plot is that Reed knew Sue when she was a child, and he was an adult. Yeah, not good. Oh, and because of rights issues, while Mole Man appears in the film, he's only ever referred to as the Jeweler. While the film's plot isn't all that interesting, the story behind the film is very interesting. You see, the film was made with the intention of never releasing it. But the film's actors were never told this, and so they spent their own money to promote the film and traveled to conventions. They were only told that the film was not being released after being hit with a cease and desist. So why wasn't this film meant to be released? Well, it was so that producer Bernd Eichinger could keep the film rights to the Fantastic Four. This was confirmed by Stan Lee in 2005, but this has been disputed by Roger Corman, who produced the film and planned to release the film using his company New Horizon Pictures. According to Corman, Avi Arad contacted him in 1993 and basically said, "Hey, this film's gonna be really bad and ruin the Fantastic Four IP, so how about I pay you to not release it?" So Corman took the money, and all copies of the film were to be destroyed. But they weren't, and bootlegs of the film have been circulating online for decades now. You can even find copies of it on YouTube, though this cut of the film is actually a work-in-progress version of the film, so the special effects aren't actually finished. And if you're wondering why this entire entry has been very light on visuals, that's because every video showing even pictures from this film have gotten people's channels hit with a strike. Not a copyright claim, like an actual channel strike. This happened to Godzilla Mendoza and a bit of everything. It seems to have worked out for the former, but I'm not taking any risks. The original Fan 4 Stick. Fan 4 Stick is a lot of things. Bad, boring, and sometimes really unintentionally funny. But it wasn't always supposed to be like this. The original pitch for the film by Jeremy Slater was very different. For starters, when the Four and Doom arrive in the negative zone, they would have found Galactus, who would turn Doom into his pawn, and the Four would be sent back to Earth with their powers. Reed would go into hiding like he does in the final film. Sue would be shown searching for a cure to Ben's condition, and would also be shown helping cancer patients. Johnny would become a celebrity, and Ben would become a weapon for the US military, like he does in the final film. While they're all doing this, Latveria's government creates a portal to the negative zone and brings Doom back. But Doom's gone crazy and wipes out the country's government, becoming its dictator. He then sends his forces after Reed, while Harvey Elder, aka Mole Man, creates artificial life, and one of his creations is transformed into the monster Giganto, and the Fantastic Four would have to stop it. Meanwhile, Harvey would get mutated into Mole Man, much like the leader at the end of Incredible Hulk. The Fantastic Four would travel to Latveria to fight Doom. It's here that it would be revealed that Doom is a herald for Galactus, and after working for him for 4 years, Doom wants to destroy him. It would also be revealed that the Doom on Earth is actually just a copy of him. The real Doom is still in the negative zone, so the Fantastic Four would travel to the negative zone and defeat him. They then decide to continue Doom's work on the weapon that he was creating to destroy Galactus, and warn the US government of Galactus. They then start to tutor young geniuses from across the globe, and the film ends with Galactus, the Future Foundation, and Mole Man being teased for the sequel. So why was this film changed so much? Because director Josh Trank didn't like it, and thought it was too comic booky. Yes, the comic book superhero movie was too comic booky, and so the film was rewritten, but Slater's script was used as a base, which is why some elements of it are somewhat referenced in the final film. The Council of Reeds. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 570, released in August 2009, the Interdimensional Council of Reeds, or just the Council of Reeds, is a multiversal Council of Reed Richards variants. Since Reed is one of the most smartest people... Did I really write most smartest people to ever live? Reed might be smart, but not me. Good God. Since Reed is one of the smartest people to ever live, an entire group made up of nothing but Reed Richards variants is basically the smartest group that could ever exist. Or at least, they should have been. Here's the thing. There's a bit of a flaw with the team, and that's the fact that in order to join the team, you had to abandon everything, including their versions of the Fantastic Four, meaning that they would be abandoning their families. That was pretty much the only requirement other than being a Reed variant. Well, that and you can't be evil. This flaw proved to be fatal, as the entire council was eventually wiped out by a group known as the Mad Celestials, the Celestials of Earth 4280, while Earth 616 Reed and his family were able to defeat them with the power of family. Well, that and Galactus. The council was led by 3 different Reed variants who each wielded Infinity Gauntlets. Reed from Earth 12-498, Reed from Earth 98-570, and Reed from Earth 99-107. But like I said, despite the fact that they all had Infinity Gauntlets, they were no match for the Celestials, and were all killed. So what exactly did this group do before they were killed? Well, they acted as problem solvers. They went around universes solving problems, like galactic-wide famines, to Doctor Doom and Galactus variants going crazy, and galactic-wide disasters. They even took Doctor Doom variants and essentially gave them lobotomies, and then threw them into a chamber in their headquarters. Yeah, not great. A second version of the group was created post-Secret Wars 2015. This version no longer had the anti-Family Guy rule, and so were a lot more kind. They were so kind that they even worked with the Maker to rebuild his universe. Even though it was already rebuilt, it was just dead. One World Under Doom. Okay, so I can't really talk much about this event because it's still going on. One World Under Doom, written by Ryan North and releasing from February of 2025 to November of the same year, is an event in which Doctor Doom takes over the world after becoming Sorcerer Supreme during the Blood Hunt event. He claims that every country is now a state in the country of United Latveria. He also makes it so that war is illegal, and there's universal healthcare, and there's free public education. Not the worst thing in the world, besides, the whole global dictator fascism stuff. And so, in order to free the world from Doom, the world's heroes and villains team up. But as they try to defeat Doom, they begin to question whether or not Doom has actually become good. And they start to debate on whether or not they should just let him rule over the world. I mean, he's got a T-Rex version of himself just chilling with him, so he can't be all that bad. If you want to know more about this event, go read it, as it's still ongoing, and it's shaping up to be a pretty interesting storyline. The Illuminati.
The Illumawati?
First appearing in New Avengers issue 7, released in July of 2005, the Illuminati was created in the aftermath of the Kree-Skrull War storyline from the 1970s. After this event, Iron Man decided to create a secret group of heroes that would prevent threats to the Earth before they happen, and it was decided that this group would be called the Illuminati, since it was a secret society of sorts. And by society, I mean like a handful of people. The original lineup consisted of Iron Man, Reed Richards, Professor X, Doctor Strange, Namor, and Black Bolt. And together, they saved the Earth from countless threats that the world never knew about. They also messed up a whole bunch. Like once they got captured by the Skrull Empire, who stole their genetic code and used that to be able to infiltrate Earth, leading to the events of Secret Invasion. They also held on to Infinity Gems, with each member of the team guarding one so that nobody could do a Thanos and wipe out half of all life. Probably their biggest mistake was sending Hulk into space. They decided that Hulk was too dangerous on Earth, so they launched him into orbit and had the ship he was on land on a planet with nobody on it, just as Bruce wanted. But this didn't end up happening, and his ship landed on Sakaar. There, Hulk became the leader of the planet, but some dudes that didn't like him would blow up the ship he arrived on, which would lead to the death of Hulk's wife. And this also led to Hulk believing that his friends on Earth had actually tried to kill him, and this led to the World War Hulk event, and the Illuminati was kinda revealed. Like, Hulk revealed it, but the world just kinda went, eh. The Illuminati would eventually be exposed for real after the villain the Hood began stealing the Infinity Gems, resulting in Iron Man setting up an Illuminati meeting. Captain America thought that Iron Man was being a bit shady, and so he and the Avengers followed him, discovering the Illuminati. It was during this adventure that Captain America joined the group, replacing Black Bolt. Though Black Bolt would eventually rejoin the team and replace Professor X, who had been killed during the Avengers vs. X-Men storyline, Black Panther would also become a member of the team, as he would call upon the team to help figure out what to do about the approaching incursions. And so they began destroying alternate Earths to prevent their Earth's destruction. Oh, and Beast and Hulk also joined the group during this time, replacing Captain America, who was kicked off the team because he didn't want to destroy other worlds. Eventually, they got tired of wiping out other universes, and tried to find some other ways to stop the incursions. But Namor wasn't thrilled with that, and created the Cabal, that group I mentioned earlier that teamed up with the Maker. Also should mention that Namor didn't actually leave the group. He got kicked out of the group for wiping out an Earth with a still living population on it. And also because he told Black Panther that a few months ago he had told Thanos to attack Wakanda. So Namor's just like a really bad dude. Captain Britain, Hank Pym, and Amadeus Cho would then join the Illuminati, while Strange left the group to solve the incursions via magic. So the Illuminati were trying to stop the Cabal, while Captain America led S.H.I.E.L.D. and tried to have the Illuminati arrested. But not everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers were thrilled about that, so they created their own team. A four-way brawl occurred, and the incursions weren't stopped, leading to the events of Secret Wars 2015. After reality is restored, Reed Richards becomes the leader of the group, with Iron Man and Doctor Strange being the only other members from the previous incarnation of the Illuminati to join him. Emma Frost and Adam Brashear, aka Blue Marvel, replaced Professor X, Namor, and Black Bolt. And as of right now, that's the Illuminati's story.
Prepare for battle. We'll be right back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
100% beef burger, melted cheddar, with crispy hash browns and an egg your way.
Now that's a
You want that to go again, sweetie?
The Thing Burger. Welcome to Denny's.
Save the world. Now back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
The very strange Denny's commercial. In promotion for Fan4stick, 20th Century Fox partnered up with America's 19th favorite restaurant, Denny's. They introduced 4 limited-time items to the menu: the Human Torch skillet, which was eggs and sausage, the Fantastic Four cheese omelet, an omelet with 4 cheeses, the Invisible Woman's slam, which were blueberry pancakes, eggs, bacon, and hash browns, and the Thing Burger, a breakfast burger designed after the Thing, with eggs, bacon, and Thing sauce, whatever that is. Now, this may seem like a nothing entry, but there's something about the burger that comic fans have probably raised an eyebrow at. You see, Ben is probably the most famous Jewish superhero, and this breakfast burger, designed after him, included pork, something that Jewish people can't actually eat. It gets even weirder when in the commercial promoting this burger, Thing is shown about to eat the burger, which he can't do because it has pork. Bit of a silly entry, but I thought it was funny. the Invisible Woman's 90s costume. So a lot of people would consider Invisible Woman's costume to be rather attractive, as it's a skin-tight uniform. Well, in the 90s, it was decided that this wasn't hot enough, and that Sue Storm needed to wear a lot less clothing. Well, that, and Marvel also wanted the comic sales to go up. So Sue was given a new costume that was kind of like a one-piece bathing suit, only it was attached to a collar. She was also given white gloves, white boots, and arm and thigh bands, with the craziest addition to this suit being a 4 cut out of her chest, similar to Power Girl's window. Look, I don't have anything against characters with revealing costumes, but when you redesign a character from this to this, it's a bit strange. So what was the in-universe reason as to why Sue decided to change her costume so drastically? Well, in her own words, she felt like a, quote, old frump in that outdated jumpsuit. That, and she felt like Reed had been ignoring her lately. She wears this costume from Fantastic Four issue 371, released in October of 1992, to Fantastic Four issue 386, released in January of 1994. Since then, this costume has only come back as a joke, although I wouldn't be surprised if they gave her this skin in Marvel Rivals, because you know people would buy it. Silver Surfer spin-off film. At the very end of Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer, there's the reveal that the titular Silver Surfer is still alive. At the time, people thought that this was a tease for the third film, but that's not the case. This was actually supposed to lead into a spin-off film centered around the Silver Surfer. In July 2007, J. Michael Straczynski was hired by Fox to write the film, and while the film would take place after Rise of the Silver Surfer, it was also going to delve into Silver Surfer's origin story. However, when Fantastic Four 3 was cancelled, so was this film. So what was this film going to look like? We don't really know all that much else about the film. The only other thing we know is that, according to Tim's story, Galactus's infamous cloud form in Rise of the Silver Surfer was actually just a disguise that Galactus had on, and that he'd be fully shown in the Silver Surfer film. Valeria Richards was a miscarriage. Valeria Richards is the daughter of Reed and Sue, and the story of her birth is quite interesting. While pregnant with Valeria, Sue's life was in danger, as Valeria began to send out bursts of radiation. Desperate to save their daughter, Reed and Sue asked Hulk, Morbius, Doc Ock, and Sasquatch to help. The Alpha Flight member, not the actual Bigfoot. However, no matter what they did, Valeria couldn't be saved, and so she died in a miscarriage. Except, she didn't actually really die. Instead, Franklin Richards teleported her to the entity Roma, who brought her to Earth 99315, a potential future for Earth 616, a reality in which Dr. Doom was now a good guy and married to Sue Storm, and it's there that she was raised by them. She would eventually return to her home reality, and while everyone was a bit confused as to how the baby who died via miscarriage somehow lived and was not only much older, but also claimed that Dr. Doom and Sue were her parents, the Fantastic Four eventually got over this and welcomed her into the family. She would hang out with them for a little bit until she and Franklin combined their powers to revive Galactus, in order for Galactus to help defeat the entity Abraxas. In the aftermath of this event, reality was slightly altered, and Valeria was wiped from existence. Except not quite. She was de-aged back into a fetus and placed inside Sue's womb. She was then born with help from Dr. Doom, who even put her under royal Latverian protection. Oh, and Doom also made it so that he could see through her eyes, so he used her to spy on the Fantastic Four. She, along with everyone else, don't have any memories of her life prior to her rebirth. Franklin Richards is the reason why nobody ages. It's very rare for people in Marvel and DC comics to age. This is because Marvel and DC want readers to be able to jump into a story featuring their favorite characters looking like themselves. That, and if they aged everyone in real time, characters would have a limited time. Plus, they want their characters to live in a world that looks like our own. This is known as a sliding timeline. Normally, it's just assumed by writers that readers will just accept this and not think too hard about it, which, I mean, fair enough, most people do. However, some people don't like this, and want a headcanon and in-universe explanation as to why nobody ages. And so, a lot of people subscribe to the theory that Franklin Richards is the reason why Marvel characters never age. The theory goes that once Franklin was born, he began to subconsciously make it so that while he aged faster, nobody else around him aged, because he doesn't like change. That, and he also wants to extend his childhood as long as possible. The evidence for this theory is that Franklin's age has changed drastically over the years, from appearing to be 5 years old to 10 years old, to being a full-grown adult, back to being 6 years old, and then a 12-year-old. Granted, some of these age changes were due to outside forces, which I'll get into a bit later, but this only counts for a few of them. But since this theory has never been confirmed, why do writers and artists change his age all the time? Well, it's actually pretty simple. It's a combination between continuity errors and people trying to age the character a bit to do more stories with him, since there's only so much a 5-year-old can do in comics. The Red Ghost. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 13, released in January of 1963, Ivan Kregov was a Soviet scientist who was studying the effects of cosmic rays on the human body, and after hearing about the Fantastic Four and how they survived their encounter with cosmic rays, Ivan decided to get hit with these rays in order to study the effects. So he built a spaceship specialized in absorbing cosmic rays, and blasted off with his crew, consisting of Piotr, Miklo, and Igor. These three were monkeys, or apes. There was an orangutan, a gorilla, and a baboon. The test was a success, and all 4 of them would receive powers. Piotr the orangutan got the powers of magnetism, Miklo the gorilla got super strength, and Igor the baboon became a shapeshifter, while Ivan the human was given the ability to phase through objects. And so he became the Red Ghost, and recruited his primate friends as his minions. Their first order of business was to battle the Fantastic Four on the Moon, in order to prove to them that the Soviet Union was better than the United States. This didn't work out so well, as the Fantastic Four convinced the apes to turn against Ivan. After this, Ivan would become a reoccurring foe to the group, and even fight other heroes such as the Avengers and Spider-Man. He's also worked together with other villains, such as Mole Man, Atuma, MODOK, Unicorn, and Doctor Doom. But while he's worked with other villains, he always prefers to work with primates. Well, usually. He did switch over to working with dolphins for a time, but he was usually the ape guy. Eventually, Ivan's powers started to get unstable, which led to him being in a ghost-like form for a bit. He would be brought back to normal upon being hit with some more cosmic rays, and would go back to being a menace immediately after. But after being hit with so much cosmic radiation, he had some long-term health problems, and eventually, Ivan was on the brink of death. Although he would get better, so, it wasn't that serious. Probably his most well-known scheme had him attempting to take over the world in the aftermath of the World War Hulk storyline. This didn't work out, as the group he was working with, Intelligentsia, got owned by various heroes, and even villains. Like the Sinister Six just straight up walked into their base one day and said, "Hey, we're better than all of you," and kicked their asses. As for his powers, Ivan has the ability to phase through objects at will, and he can also morph himself into a cloud of sorts. He can also become invisible and is extremely smart. He also usually carries around ray guns. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the 60s Fantastic Four cartoon, Hulk and the Agents of Smash, Iron Man the Animated Series, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, The Rise of the Silver Surfer video game, LEGO Marvel Avengers Code Red, and the MCU. She-Hulk joins the Fantastic Four. Remember how at the end of the original Secret Wars storyline, Thing stayed in space because he could change back into being a human? Well, that meant that a spot was left open in the Fantastic Four's roster, a spot that was filled in by She-Hulk. There's not really a big moment showing her joining the team, she just shows up as part of the team. Sue's a bit surprised, but Reed's just like, "I hired her off panel, don't worry about it." She was part of the team from Fantastic Four issue 265, released in January of 1984, to Fantastic Four issue 300, released in December of 1986, only leaving the team once Thing returned to Earth. Her first mission with the team was an insanely crazy story in which Sue had a miscarriage. Yeah, no joke. Literally the second she joins the team, the Valeria miscarriage storyline happens. One hell of a first day. Anyways, as part of the team, she went on a bunch of different adventures with the team, and even began dating Wyatt Wingfoot. Insert should have been me joke here. During her time with the team, she would be hit with a bunch of radiation, which made it so that she couldn't transform back into her Jennifer Walters form. At least, that's what Reed had told her. Turns out, though, this wasn't true. Jen's subconscious just didn't want to revert back to being Jen. Reed actually knew about this, but was convinced to lie to her about it, as telling her about her subconscious not wanting to turn back could be a pretty difficult thing for her to hear. Though this was a retcon, when the story first released, Reed wasn't lying. This led to her giving up her secret identity, something that's continued to this day, and is a crucial part of the character now. While she would eventually leave the team, she became a member of the Fantastic Four family during her time with the team, and has worked with the group countless times since. She-Hulk's time as a member of the Fantastic Four has been adapted in Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes, Marvel Future Fight, and the PlayStation 1 Fantastic Four game. Here's hoping we get to see She-Hulk working with the Fantastic Four in the MCU. The Fantastic Four turn some Skrulls into cows. In Fantastic Four issue 2, released in September of 1961, the Fantastic Four face off against the Skrull Empire. In fact, this was actually the Skrulls' first appearance. And so, you would think with how important the Skrulls are nowadays, their first story would be them being insanely powerful, or being an absolute menace. But, no, not really. The Skrull Empire is planning on invading Earth, so they send a squad of Skrulls to Earth to pretend to be the Fantastic Four, in order to frame them for various crimes, so that the Fantastic Four will be arrested, and won't be able to fend off the invasion. I like this plan because it implies that the US government wouldn't just release the Fantastic Four upon the invasion beginning. They would just be like, "Yeah, we're being invaded by aliens, but you guys did do some crimes, so sorry, you gotta stay in jail. You can't save us from annihilation." Anyways, the Fantastic Four eventually break into the Skrull mothership, and, no joke, use comic books to convince the Skrulls that Earth is too dangerous for them to invade. This actually works, and the Skrulls back off. Upon returning to Earth, the Fantastic Four explain the situation to the government, and 3 of the 4 Skrulls that pretended to be the Fantastic Four are then hypnotized to believe that they're cows. So they transform into cows, and just live out the rest of their lives as cows. They would eventually be brought into a slaughterhouse, and their meat would be sold to people. They were also milked a bunch, and their Skrull milk gave people Skrull-like powers for a period of time. The Skrull cows also bred with real cows, so Skrull cow hybrids were created. You'd think with all of this stuff happening, this would convince the Fantastic Four that forcing Skrulls to become cows was a very bad idea. But they do it again in Fantastic Four issue 10, released in July 2013. What if the Thing had continued to mutate? In Marvel 2-in-1 issue 82, released in August of 1981, Thing, Bill Foster, and Captain America join forces to fight MODOK after Thing is infected with Virus X, a biological weapon created by AIM that continues to mutate Ben, further turning him into a monster. But by the end of the story, Ben is saved. But what if he wasn't? In What If issue 37, released in November of 1982, we get an answer to this question. While Bill Foster and Captain America battle MODOK and find the cure to Virus X, Thing is freaking out about his mutation getting worse. And, boy does it. He becomes this disgusting green blob monster that looks like a combination between the Toxic Avenger and Hulk. It's no way to live, and luckily, Ben didn't have to live like that for long, as after a little while, his mutation released all of the cosmic energy stored in his body, the very same cosmic energy that turned him into the Thing, and so he reverts back to being just a normal dude. Not only that, but his girlfriend Alicia gets her blindness cured as well, thanks to the energy being released. So Ben lives his best life with Alicia, while Ben Foster takes Thing's place in the Fantastic Four. Kinda crazy that if Thing didn't take the cure to Virus X, everything would have worked out fine. Original casting. Just like every other film ever made, some actors just didn't make the cut when they auditioned for roles in the Fantastic Four films. That, or they declined a role offered to them. Here's a list of some actors who either auditioned for roles, were offered roles, or were considered for roles, but for whatever reason, didn't end up getting the part. For the 1990s Sue Storm, Renee Connor was considered for the role. For the 1990s Ben Grimm, Patrick Warburton was considered for the role. For the 1990s Doctor Doom, Mark Ruffalo was considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Reed Richard, Hugh Jackman, Patrick Wilson, Brendan Fraser, and George Clooney were considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Sue Storm, Elizabeth Banks, Julia Stiles, and Rachel McAdams were considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Johnny Storm, Paul Walker was considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Ben Grimm, Bruce Willis, Nathan Fillion, and James Gandolfini were considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Doctor Doom, Nicolas Cage, Mel Gibson, Tim Robbins, and, no joke, Robert Downey Jr. were considered for the role. For the mid-2000s Silver Surfer, Timothy Olyphant, Jaimin Hansu, and Gary Sinise were considered for the role. For Fan Four-Stick Reed Richards, Kit Harington, Jack O'Connell, and Richard Madden were considered for the role. For Fan Four-Stick Sue Storm, Margot Robbie, Allison Williams, and Emmy Rossum were considered for the role. For Fan Four-Stick Ben Grimm, Christian Cook was considered for the role. For Fan Four-Stick Doctor Doom, Jack Houston and Sam Riley were considered for the role. As for the MCU Fantastic Four, the following actors have only ever been rumored, nothing's been confirmed yet. As for MCU Reed Richards, Adam Driver, Matt Smith, Dev Patel, and Jake Gyllenhaal were considered for the role. For MCU Sue Storm, Emma Stone and Margot Robbie were considered for the role. For MCU Johnny Storm, Nicholas Galitzine was considered for the role. And finally, for MCU Ben Grimm, David Krumholtz and David Diggs were considered for the role. Thing joins the Guardians of the Galaxy. I should have mentioned this when talking about Secret Wars 2015, but in the aftermath of the event, Reed made it so that Ben and Johnny believed that Reed and Sue were dead. This was because of the whole Marvel ignoring the X-Men and Fantastic Four thing in the 2010s, something that I go into detail about in the X-Men Iceberg. But while Reed and Sue were left out of the comics for a bit, Johnny and Ben were saved from this fate due to them being more popular. But instead of reforming the Fantastic Four, Johnny joined the Avengers. Just kidding, he actually started working with the Inhumans because Marvel really wanted to push them. So instead of going solo, Ben decided to join an already established superhero team, that being the Guardians of the Galaxy. Joining the team in Guardians of the Galaxy Issue 1, released in October of 2015, Ben's Guardians of the Galaxy team was a bit different from the usual roster. While Rocket, Groot, and Drax were there, Ben was also working alongside Agent Venom and Kitty Pryde, now going by the name Star-Lord. Though previous Guardians members such as Peter Quill, Gamora, and Angela would rejoin the team eventually, Thing's time in the Guardians of the Galaxy led to him going on a bunch of intergalactic adventures, fighting monsters and space bad guys, but his time with the team wouldn't last that long. After spending a few months with the team, the Guardians would be called upon by Captain Marvel to Earth in order to help her side in Civil War II. This didn't end well for the Guardians, as many of the Guardians weren't exactly thrilled about taking part in a conflict like this. And in the aftermath of the event, Thing left the team in Guardians of the Galaxy Issue 15, released in December of 2016, due to the group kind of falling apart due to stress caused by Civil War II, and the fact that they were stranded on Earth for a bit. And so Ben joined S.H.I.E.L.D. for a bit, before eventually reforming the Fantastic Four when Sue and Reed were revealed to be alive. Puppet Master. First appearing in Fantastic Four Issue 8, released in August of 1962, Philip Masters had a very rough childhood. While his mom drank, Philip would create tiny figurines. Starting with wood figures, he would eventually move on to using clay. He'd probably grow up to be a great artist, if not for the fact that the clay he used to sculpt figures was clay found at the bottom of Wundagore Mountain, a mountain that had a demon trapped in it, and because of this, the area around the mountain was tainted with demonic energy. So whenever Philip used the clay, he went further and further insane. After a few tragedies, Philip was abandoned by his family and thrown into an orphanage. There, he would grow up and attend college, where he would befriend a dude named Jacob. Early into their friendship, Jacob was warned by a stranger that Philip would one day kill him. Probably should have listened to that person, because it was the truth. After a few years of hanging out, Philip would become insanely jealous of Jacob's life and kill him. After killing Jacob, Philip would marry Jacob's widow, Marcia, only for her to die. That's when Philip discovered that he was able to control the minds and bodies of people that he sculpted out of clay. And so, he became the villain Puppet Master, and began to fight the Fantastic Four. But this rivalry with the team had a bit of an issue. Jacob's daughter, who Philip became the stepfather of, was Alicia Masters, the longtime girlfriend and future wife of the Thing. You would think that this would make him not want to fight the Fantastic Four, but no, he just kept on making clay puppets. Eventually, Philip would reform. Kinda. He didn't want to be evil, but his methods of doing good were a bit not so good. For instance, he wanted to give Alicia a normal life, so he created a miniature town filled with tiny people. He then took control over Dr. Doom, and had him help him transfer the minds of the Fantastic Four and Alicia into tiny replicas of themselves, so that they could live in the town. This didn't work out, and Philip would be killed. Well, kinda. His physical form was destroyed, but somehow his mind transferred over to some clay, becoming a giant clay monster. Eventually, he'd be cured of this clay form and go back to being a human. After doing some more villainous things in the name of protecting Alicia, Ben was finally able to convince him to be good, and so Philip became a good guy. He would actually stay away from crime for quite a while, but would eventually go back to doing evil, and it's around this time that his sanity began to leave him. Obsessed with curing Alicia's blindness, he kidnapped an eye surgeon and became a serial killer, killing various women and taking their eyes so that the eye surgeon could give them to Alicia. Thankfully, he was stopped, but then he would do something even crazier. He traveled to Chile and created an army of clay people that he then sold as a human trafficker. He would then control people and send them to the United States in order to capture female superheroes so that he could sell them as well. He would eventually be stopped and try to reform yet again. This didn't end well, and he would eventually end up in the raft. As for his powers, by using special demonic clay from his homeland, Philip can control the minds and bodies of people. He can also create clay people that he can control. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the 80s Incredible Hulk cartoon, Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes, the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, and the 2005 Fantastic Four movie tie-in game. He's also the star of the Puppet Master film series. Obviously, I'm lying, that's not true. I just wanted to let you know that there are 15 different Puppet Master films. God, I hope Real Life Ryan covers this series one day. The Last Fantastic Four Story. Released in October of 2007 and written by Stan Lee, The Last Fantastic Four story is a kinda what-if story that tells the story of a hypothetical final Fantastic Four story. After fighting bad guys for decades, the Fantastic Four decide to retire. But just as they decide to retire, some strange stuff starts to happen. Animals start dying, the oceans start acting weird, and oh yeah, the ozone layer starts to evaporate. That's when the Watcher shows up, and tells Reed that the Cosmic Tribunal, a giant tribunal of aliens that doesn't exist in Earth-616, has decided to wipe out humanity, and that all of this weird stuff is being caused by an entity known as the Adjudicator, who has been sent by the Tribunal to wipe humanity out. When it arrives, the Fantastic Four, Namor and his Atlanteans, the Avengers, Inhumans, and Doctor Doom all attack, but none of them are able to do any damage to it. So Reed Richards decides to do the next best thing. Working together with the Silver Surfer, they send an army of robots called the Decimators to the Cosmic Tribunal, where they're programmed to annihilate every single member of the Tribunal. But after sending them, Reed was like, wait a second, maybe doing a genocide is a bad thing. So the Fantastic Four saved the Tribunal from the robots. This convinced the Tribunal that humanity was actually alright, and they called off the Adjudicator. And after this, the Fantastic Four are finally able to retire. Malice. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 280, released in April of 1985, Malice is a second personality for Sue Storm. She's a manifestation of all of the dark thoughts and desires in Sue. She was brought to life thanks to the Hate-Monger. No, not the Mustache Man Hate-Monger. This was a robot created by the villain Psycho Man. It literally generated hate as it walked around, and was used by Psycho Man to cause chaos by making people racist, sexist, and everything in between. It could also shapeshift, and so while disguised as Reed, it gave Sue a giant helping of hatred, turning her into Malice. Malice then went after the Fantastic Four, and was a pretty big threat. Luckily, Reed's friends with Hank Pym, so he learned something from him. He hit his wife, and this returned Sue to normal, as this slap had actually given her something to actually be mad about. But this didn't kill Malice. Instead, it simply shoved her into Sue's subconscious. Because of this, Malice would occasionally pop back up, leading to Sue to try and merge their personalities together in an effort to get rid of her forever. But this didn't really work, and Malice's personality made Sue a lot more aggressive and dress in revealing clothing. Yup, that 90s costume was actually a result of Malice's personality impacting Sue's thinking. I thought about mentioning that earlier, but I figured that I would save this revelation for this entry. Malice would then be ripped out of Sue's mind by Psylord, Franklin Richards from the future, more on him later, and so Malice was finally defeated for good, except not really. In order to defeat the Dark Raider, more on him later, Psylord and Sue placed the Malice personality into him, which stunned him for a bit, allowing the heroes to defeat him. And when Dark Raider eventually died, so did Malice. As for Malice's appearances in media, she's appeared in the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, Marvel Rivals, and Marvel Super War. Dragon Man. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 36, released in November 1964, Dragon Man, or Draconus, was a robot created by Professor Gregson Gilbert. Gilbert created Dragon Man to take over the world and destroy all of the world's heroes. Just kidding. Gilbert's actually made Dragon Man because his family died, and he really needed something to do with his life. Anyways, Draconus would be turned from a machine to a living being, thanks to the supervillain known as Diablo. Diablo then had Dragon Man go on a rampage and attack the Fantastic Four. Dragon Man would lose the fight, but would continue to pop up and cause trouble. You see, Dragon Man isn't actually evil, he's a robot turned living thing, so he's a very simple-minded creature. And because he's not so smart, he's taken advantage of by villains, such as Diablo, Ringmaster, Red Ghost, Machinesmith, Puppet Master, and Kingpin. Although I guess with Puppet Master, he wasn't really like manipulating him into helping him, he was just like controlling him via clay puppets. Anyways, because of this, he battled not just the Fantastic Four, but Spider-Man, Black Panther, the X-Men, and more. But like I said, he isn't evil. When he's not provoked and is just like chilling out with heroes, he can be a really good ally. In fact, he's been an ally to the X-Men and Fantastic Four numerous times. He even has a thing for Jean Grey and Sue Storm, but obviously they don't feel the same way about him. Dragon Man's even part of the Future Foundation. As of right now, Dragon Man is pretty much not a bad guy anymore, and is an ally of the Fantastic Four. But yet again, he is easily manipulated, so he'll probably end up fighting some superheroes again in the future. As for his powers, Dragon Man has superhuman strength, stamina, and durability. He also has the ability to breathe fire and fly. He seems pretty unstoppable, but high-pitched noises can actually leave him paralyzed for a while. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Ultimate Spider-Man, the 2005 Fantastic Four movie tie-in game, Marvel Ultimate Alliance, Marvel Contest of Champions, The New Fantastic Four, Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes, and the really bad PlayStation 1 Fantastic Four game. Reed and Sue fight the devil. In Fantastic Four issue 276, released in December of 1984, Reed and Sue are just like chilling out at their new home in Bellport, Connecticut. Franklin tells his parents that he had a bad dream about some dude with horns attacking them. While Sue is a little bit worried, neither parent is convinced that this is anything but a dream. But shortly afterwards, their neighbor, Elspeth Cromwell, a witch hunter, storms into their home and calls them witches. Reed's just like, "Okay, you caught us. We're actually the Fantastic Four." But she doesn't believe him and attacks them with magic. And before long, demons begin to reach through the ground like that one VHS short and start to drag Sue into the earth. Luckily, she's able to escape their grasp and join back up with Reed. The two then fight Cromwell and warn her that her use of magic is dangerous and could lead to a greater evil being awakened. But it's too late. Soon enough, the devil, aka Mephisto, shows up, destroying their new home. Outclassed by the ruler of Hell, Sue and Reed are brutally tortured by Mephisto, who declares that he's gonna take over the world. But that's when Doctor Strange shows up to save the Richards family, and discovers that Mephisto is using Franklin to power him. Strange is able to free Franklin, and then Franklin uses his powers to severely injure Mephisto. Oh yeah, and during this fight, Cromwell died. R.I.P. Bozo. So yeah, that's the story of how Reed and Sue got owned by the devil, and then Franklin nearly killed the devil. Cancelled a second season of the Silver Surfer cartoon. Airing for 13 episodes from February to May of 1998, the Silver Surfer cartoon was probably the most unique 90s Marvel cartoon. Taking place in space, the series followed the Silver Surfer as he went around doing wacky adventures, where he dealt with bad guys, slavery, revolution, imperialism, and environmental degradation. Yeah, the show wasn't very shy about tackling important subjects. Despite pretty solid ratings, and every other Marvel show around this time getting at least a second season, Silver Surfer didn't, despite the show ending on a cliffhanger. But it was supposed to. 7 episodes of its second season were completely written, but before the rest of Season 2 could be finished, the show was cancelled due to a legal dispute between Marvel and Saban Entertainment, one of the show's production companies. The episode titles for Season 2 that we know about include Soul Hunter Part 1 and 2, Rebirth, The Hunger, and Down to Earth Parts 1 through 3. Things Time Wearing a Helmet. In Fantastic Four Issue 3, released in December of 1961, the Fantastic Four's iconic blue costumes made their debut, but there was an aspect of one of these suits that didn't stick around. Ben's costume came with a helmet. This helmet was created so that Thing wouldn't scare people. Ben, understandably, didn't like the helmet, and so he refused to wear it. Though decades later, Thing would willingly wear a helmet. In Fantastic Four issue 374, released in January of 1993, the Fantastic Four had a fight with the Secret Defenders, and one of the members of the Secret Defenders at this point in time was Wolverine. And during the fight, Wolverine slashed Thing's face. And because Wolverine's claws are made of adamantium, it actually scarred Thing. Embarrassed that somebody actually scarred him, and not wanting others to see his scar, he began to wear a helmet. This didn't last very long though, as in Fantastic Four issue 385, released in December of 1993, he decided to stop wearing the helmet, believing that his scar was healed enough. Doctor Doom 2099. First appearing in Doom 2099 issue 1, released in November of 1992, one day, Victor Von Doom of Earth 928 is sent to the future year of 2099. There, he discovers that in his absence, a dude named Tiger Wilde had taken control of Latveria. Doom tried to take back his spot as ruler, but was easily defeated by Tiger's future technology, and he had Doom thrown out of the capital city. Luckily for Doom, there were other people who wanted to take Tiger down, and so they helped him get enough power to overthrow him. So Doom was given nanotechnology, which gave him a crazy upgrade, and using these upgrades, he was able to take back Latveria. While not full-on evil, Doom 2099 wasn't exactly the best guy around either, as he wished to conquer other countries. For starters, after battling Wakanda, Doom plundered the nation of all of its technology. He also really wanted to take over the United States. But it wasn't just to gain power. The United States was being controlled by a company called Angel's Breath, So he was really freeing the country, or putting it under new management.
Thank you! Titan has freed us!
Oh, I wouldn't say free. More like under new management.
So he started up some riots and eventually convinced the president to Avengers Endgame himself. Now the leader of the US of A, Doom founded a new incarnation of S.H.I.E.L.D. with Punisher 2099 as its leader, and also the Minister of Punishment, which is an absolutely insane government position. Eventually, Doom would try to take over every other country by sending his consciousness through the internet to hack the systems of every single country. He was inspired to do this after Latveria was wiped out with a toxin that turned people into literal slop. This didn't work though, and instead he felt the deaths of every single person who was killed by those toxins. So he then traveled back in time in order to make everyone in Latveria addicted to a drug that would make them immune to the toxin. One of the crazier plans in comics. He succeeded, and when he returned to 2099, he kinda won. 50% of the population was still alive, but they were turned into monsters instead of slop. Doom is then killed during his plan to destroy the intergalactic AI Phalanx. As for Doom 2099's powers, Doom had a bunch of magic abilities that he could potentially use, but he rarely ever did. You see, after waking up in 2099, he had lost most of his memories, so he forgot how to cast most of them. Most of his powers came from his nanotech suit that allowed him to fly, create a force field, fire concussive blasts, breathe in space and underwater, the ability to walk through objects, and link his mind with the internet. As for his appearances in media, Doom 2099 has appeared in Marvel Rivals, Fortnite, the Shadow of Doom DLC for Ultimate Alliance 3, and the Nintendo DS and 3DS versions of LEGO Marvel Superheroes.
Prepare for battle. We'll be right back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
You can take on the Silver Surfer with the Fantastic Car. It's 3 awesome vehicles in one, with firing missiles and 4 times the action. There's always more when there's 4. The Fantastic Car from the movie Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer, rated PG.
Save the world. Now back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
Cancelled Brian K. Vaughan Silver Surfer film. In February of 2018, Brian K. Vaughan was hired by 20th Century Fox to write a script to a Silver Surfer film. However, nothing really came out of this film, as around the time development began, the Disney buyout of 20th Century Fox was in progress. And in March of 2019, the deal was done, and the film was cancelled. At least, maybe it was. It was reported in September of 2019 that this Silver Surfer film was actually still in development, now under Marvel Studios, and would be part of the MCU. However, it's now 2025, and this project has never been mentioned since. If I had to guess what happened, maybe Marvel did play around with the idea of having this film be made, but it didn't get far into development. Marvel Studios is constantly developing projects, but most of them don't ever happen and are cancelled before being announced. So maybe this is what happened to Brian K. Vaughan's Silver Surfer film. Galacta. First appearing in Marvel Assistant Size Spectacular Issue 2, released in April of 2009, Gali is the Toa of Water. Originally parts of the Toa Mata Nui, she evolved into the Toa Nuva, and eventually the Toa Mystica. Gali, aka Galactica, was also the name of Galactus' daughter. And by daughter, I actually mean a parasite that lived inside of him for a few before moving to Earth. She's not from Earth 616, she's actually from Earth 610102. And like her kinda father, she's got quite the appetite, but she doesn't want to destroy worlds. Instead, she's basically a superhero who eats alien invaders that try to destroy the Earth. By day, she's a simple teenage girl, but by night, she's literally a cosmic entity that can devour worlds. Now, because she's a protector of Earth, she's not exactly a fan of her father, who's killed literal trillions. One day, she wakes up and finds out that she has a parasite in her that was causing her to become even more hungry than usual. She then contacted the Fantastic Four and asked for their help in removing the parasite. And just as she was about to use the ultimate nullifier on it, Galactus showed up and stopped her, revealing that the parasite was basically what she once was, meaning that she was now technically pregnant, which also means that Galactus was pregnant, meaning Galactus Mpreg. Moving on, since then, Galacta has continued to help the people of Earth, and her tapeworm baby inside of her still hasn't been born yet. As for her powers, she can teleport herself and other objects around her. She also has the ability to perceive time slower, the ability to fly, she can create and manipulate energy beams, she can make herself invisible to other people, and can sense stuff that happens across the universe. Oh, and she can also grow to the size of a celestial. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in Marvel Rivals. Peyton Reed's cancelled Fantastic Four film. In 2001, Peyton Reed was hired by 20th Century Fox to direct a Fantastic Four film. However, he only stayed on the project for about a year, as he and Fox didn't see eye to eye. Peyton Reed's Fantastic Four film would have been set in the 1960s, and be inspired by the film A Hard Day's Night. The film wouldn't show the origin story of the Fantastic Four, and sadly that's all we know about the film. 20th Century Fox wanted to make a very cheap superhero film, with Peyton Reed directly saying that they wanted to make a B movie out of the IP, which is why he dropped out of the project. Like I said, there's nothing else known about this project, but it's interesting how similar his pitch was to Fantastic Four First Steps. She-Thing. First appearing in Thing issue 27, released in May of 1985, Sharon Ventura was a friend of Ben Grimm's. Ben was actually in love with her because she reminded him of another woman that he was in love with. A woman created from Thing's imagination brought to life while he was living on Battleworld. But while he loved her, Sharon didn't love him back. She met Ben while he was working as a wrestler, and while she was part of a motorcycle stunt team, but she liked wrestling, so when she was offered by the villain, the Power Broker, to be given powers so that she could join the wrestling group, the Grapplers, she agreed. However, while undergoing the treatment, she came to the realization that she should be getting stronger the old-fashioned way, not by getting some shady procedure, so she broke free from her doctors, but she did so too late, and now she had powers. And not wanting to let these new powers go to waste, she joined the Grapplers under the name Miss Marvel. She would eventually quit being a wrestler and become a superhero, joining up with the Fantastic Four. While on a mission with the Fantastic Four, she was hit with cosmic rays, which transformed her into a rock-like form just like Ben. She wasn't exactly thrilled with this change, and it was around this time that she was given the name She-Thing, although she would keep calling herself Miss Marvel. Dr. Doom would offer to help cure her if she worked with him, and she agreed. She was cured and acted as a double agent for Doom, which became complicated as she fell in love with Ben. This would lead to her betraying Doom, and well, Doom's not really cool with being betrayed, and revealed that he had tampered with her cure, which caused her to mutate even more and to go insane. She was then placed in stasis while Reed worked on a cure, but he was never able to, and Sharon would be freed from stasis by the villain Claw. She then became a supervillain for a brief period of time before Wyatt Wingfoot convinced her to chill out and hang with him at his tribe's reservation, And after that, Sharon kind of vanished for a while. She would eventually end up locked up at Rikers Island, where she would become a major player in the prison's community. But she wasn't evil, as she would help the Fantastic Four a few more times, and even returned to being a wrestler. Not really sure why she was in jail, but whatever. As for her powers, before she was She-Thing, she had superhuman strength, speed, and durability, and after becoming She-Thing, all of her powers were enhanced. Also, she seemingly has learned how to revert from her She-Thing form to her human form whenever she wants. As for her appearances in media, she's never appeared in anything, but her Miss Marvel costume is an alternate skin for Carol Danvers' Miss Marvel in Marvel Ultimate Alliance. The Fantastic Four steal Blackbeard's treasure. In Fantastic Four issue 5, released in April of 1962, the world is introduced to Dr. Doom, one of the greatest villains in not just Marvel Comics, but of all time. So what was Dr. Doom's very first appearance like? Well, he captures Sue and threatens to kill her if Reed, Johnny, and Ben don't travel back in time to steal Blackbeard's treasure, which contains the Stones of Merlin. Yeah, remember that what-if story from before about the Fantastic Four having different powers that I talked about earlier? That story was a sort of spin-off to this story. Anyways, not wanting Sue to die, the three Fantastic Men travel back in time to the days of pirates, in order to find Blackbeard's treasure. Their plan doesn't go well, and they're captured by a bunch of pirates. So they then beat the crap out of the pirates, which causes them to swear loyalty to Ben, becoming Benbeard, or Thingbeard, or just Blackbeard, as the pirates declare that he really is Blackbeard. And that's when the Fantastic Four realize Blackbeard never existed. Ben was Blackbeard all along. This causes Ben to have a power trip, and he refuses to return with Reed and Johnny, but he's forced to return to the present when Doom uses the time machine to bring them back to the present. And that's when Doom realizes that he's been trolled. The team was told to bring back Blackbeard's treasure chest, so they brought the chest with them, not the actual treasure. So they fight for a bit, Sue is saved, and Doom escapes. Finally, there's a bit of a continuity hiccup here, as in Thor issue 205, released in August of 1972, it's revealed that Blackbeard really did exist. My headcanon is that this Blackbeard was simply inspired by the Thing being Blackbeard. What if Sue had died in childbirth? In What If issue 42, released in September of 1983, a rather depressing question gets answered. What if Sue died while giving birth to Franklin? As you'd probably expect, this is a very sad and depressing story. The story spins off from Fantastic Four Annual 6, released in August of 1968. In Earth 616, Sue is at risk of dying while giving birth to Franklin due to the cosmic rays that gave her her powers. So Reed, Ben, and Johnny travel to the negative zone to find some Element X, an element that if given to Sue will save her life. But while trying to get it, they have to fight Annihilus, and luckily they get back in time to save her. But in this story, they take too long to get Element X, and by the time they return, Sue is dead. But Franklin is born. Beyond depressed that the love of his life is gone, Reed decides to get revenge on Annihilus for wasting his time, so he travels back to the negative zone with a single goal in mind: to kill Annihilus. Realizing what Reed's doing, Johnny, Ben, and Namor travel to the negative zone to stop him, but they fail, and both Annihilus and Reed are killed, all according to Reed's plan. Yeah, he wasn't expecting to return, which means that he abandoned Franklin, which is, kind of weird. The Taco Bell comics. In April of 2009, Marvel and Taco Bell teamed up to release 2 comic books starring the Fantastic Four. There was also an X-Men 1 and Avengers 1, but I'm here to talk about Fantastic Four, so I'm only going to cover these two. These comics would be given out if you ordered either a crunchy taco, a bean burrito, a cheese roll-up, or a soft taco at Taco Bell. The first comic features two stories, one in which the Fantastic Four have to stop Hulk from going on a rampage, while the other one has Reed get Sue a dress for her birthday, and Sue calls him a sexist, and when he tries to take the dress back, she says she wants it. The second issue has a story in which the Fantastic Four and a Silver Surfer battle the Wizard, and the second story in this issue features the Fantastic Four battling bad guys and monsters across the globe. Now, you probably have a question. Where's all the Taco Bell tie-in stuff? And that's a good question, because there is none. Yeah, for some reason, this tie-in Taco Bell comic doesn't promote Taco Bell at all, which is honestly extremely lame in my opinion. If you're gonna do a dumb fast food tie-in promotional comic, go all in. I want to see Reed and Sue having their anniversary dinner at a Taco Bell. I want to see Dr. Doom eating a volcano quesarito. I want to see the Thing eat Taco Bell's seafood salad, and because he's made of rocks, he doesn't die from food poisoning. The Doombot who became an Avenger. In Age of Ultron issue 10 AI, released in June of 2013, it's revealed that one of Dr. Doom's hundreds of Doombots had been captured by Hank Pym. Instead of destroying it, Hank decided to reprogram the bot, and in order to make sure the bot wouldn't betray him, he placed a mini black hole into the Doombot's chest that required Pym particles to keep it under control, and so this Doombot, named C-53, became a sidekick of sorts to Hank Pym, and was recruited into the Avengers as part of the Artificial Intelligence Squad. While working with the team, he became great friends with fellow Avenger Victor Mancha, the son of sorts of Ultron. But after Hank was killed when his body and mind fused with Ultron, the AI squad disbanded, and C-53 left the Avengers. He would then become an ally to the Runaways, as Victor Mancha had joined the team, and while working with them, he was destroyed. Upon being repaired, the mini black hole was removed from him, which caused C-53 to revert back to his evil ways. But Victor Mancha would then confront the bot and tell him that he was special, and that he had gained sentience, so he should be happy and do what he wants. And so C-53 officially joined the Runaways, and is currently playing a significant role in the Runaways portion of the One World Under Doom storyline. Payback. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 358, released in September of 1991, Payback the Power Skrull was a high-ranking member of the Skrull Empire, and because the Fantastic Four has a very long history of battling the Skrulls, Payback and the other Skrulls wanted to figure out a way to eradicate them. So Payback came up with an idea. They would capture Alicia Masters and replace her with a Skrull named Elijah, more on her later. As Alicia, she would spy on the team and give the Skrulls valuable data, but she would eventually be found out, and so the Fantastic Four traveled into space to rescue Alicia. There, they came into contact with Payback, who had recently gone under an operation to give himself superpowers similar to the Super Skrull. And he lives up to the Power Skrull name, as he nearly kills the Fantastic Four. He's only defeated after Elijah sacrifices her life to protect the team. Despite being the reason why he lost, Payback decided to revive Elijah and give her a second chance. So Payback, Elijah, and another Fantastic Four villain, Davos the Devastator, joined forces and traveled to Earth to get payback on the Fantastic Four. But he probably shouldn't have revived Elijah, because she once again betrayed him, and this time for good. So Payback and Davos team up with the villains Claw and Huntara, and become the supervillain group, the Fearsome Four. Payback would eventually be able to capture the Fantastic Four and Elijah, expecting a massive reward for finally defeating their arch-nemesis. Payback brings them to the Skrull Empire, only to find out that his partner, Devos, is actually a wanted criminal and an enemy of the Skrulls. Wanting to redeem himself, Payback attacked Devos, but failed and was believed to be killed. Oh, and the Fantastic Four escaped. But Payback didn't die, and showed back up unexplained, working with some renegade Skrulls for a bit while he tried to redeem himself, before he was enslaved by Annihilus. After being freed from Annihilus, he would work with the Maker for a bit. Payback would eventually redeem himself in the eyes of the Skrull Empire, and Payback would then become an ambassador for the Skrull-Kree Alliance, and eventually replaced the Super Skrull as the Skrull representative for the Galactic Council. So, yeah, he went from a big bad Skrull bad guy to a glorified henchman to a politician. As for his powers, Payback has superhuman strength, stamina, and speed. He could also fly, transform his body into metal, freeze stuff, and shoot electricity. Oh, and of course, since he's a Skrull, he can shapeshift. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Fantastic Four Flame On. Galactus becomes human. Okay, so this entry name is a bit of a lie. Galactus doesn't become human, but he reverts back to his original self. A species known as the Ta'an, which might as well be human. They existed in the previous incarnation of Earth-616. But anyways, in Fantastic Four issue 522, released in January of 2005, Johnny, who had been forced to become a herald of Galactus, argues with Galactus and starts to try to convince him that he still has some bit of humanity left in him. While Galactus refuses to admit it, what Johnny tells him actually does have a kind of effect on him. By the end of the issue, Johnny uses a powerful cannon to take down Galactus. And not only does Johnny return to normal afterwards, but so does Galactus, as the cannon shot all of his celestial power out of him, reverting him back to his prior form, Galan. Seeing a perfect opportunity to teach Galactus about humanity, the Fantastic Four bring him back to Earth. So Galan chills with the Fantastic Four for a bit. While hanging out, Galan gets hit on by women, eats a hot dog, and is shown in an art museum. But none of this works on him. It's not until Reed tells him that he, along with the rest of humanity, want to improve themselves and the world around them. This makes Galan begin to understand humanity. And just as Galactus' celestial power is about to return to him, Galan uses a portal to put himself in self-exile, so that Galactus will never be a problem for Earth ever again. Or, at least for a few more years. Psylord. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 376, released in March of 1993, at least that was kind of his first appearance. You see, Reed's father, Nathaniel Richards, believed that Franklin Richards' existence in Earth-616 would lead to a mass casualty event. There was also a villain known as Hyperstorm, who was Franklin's future son, who needed to be stopped. So Nathaniel kidnapped Franklin and traveled to the future with him, which is technically an alternate timeline, a potential future. And in this potential future, Franklin would be raised to become the superhero Psylord. He would then travel back in time to Earth-616 at the point in time right after he was kidnapped. Now at Earth-616, he would join the group Fantastic Force, a group of superheroes created by Black Panther, who would eventually let Franklin be the leader. And so, he would work with the team for a while, and after a bunch of missions, the Fantastic Four believed that he was ready to help them battle Hyperstorm. But Hyperstorm decided to do a bit of trolling, and traveled to Psylord's alternate future, and abducted baby Franklin from Nathaniel, and then transported him back to Earth-616, at the exact moment Nathaniel originally kidnapped him. And so, Psylord instantly de-aged back into a baby, with no memories of his time as Psylord. Absolute insanity. What if Namor and Sue got married? So we all know that Namor is in love with Sue Storm, but Sue has no interest in him. While physically attracted to him, she's not romantically into him at all, and has refused his advances time and time again. But what if she didn't? In What If Issue 1, released in November of 1976, Spider-Man joins the Fantastic Four, becoming the Fantastic Five. While she was cool with him joining at first, over time she felt like she was being ignored by everyone. Namor, who was being controlled by the Puppet Master, then lured her into a trap and held her captive. When the rest of the Fantastic Five showed up to rescue her, she decided to not rejoin the team, and instead stay in Atlantis and date Namor. Namor's pretty hyped about this, while Reed, he's just absolutely crushed. And so the two of them started dating, and eventually got married, even having a kid. And because Namor is the king of Atlantis, Sue was now the queen of Atlantis. The story is continued in What If Issue 21, released in March of 1980. Namor travels to the surface to invite the Fantastic family to the birth of his child, but Reed refuses to hear him out, and Reed and Johnny decide to travel to Atlantis to place a device that'll make it so that every Atlantean can't breathe. Yes, Reed and Johnny were going to completely wipe out Atlantis. But realizing that this would kill Sue, they abandoned the plot and left. And so, Sue and Namor lived in peace for the rest of their lives. At least, they would have, if not for the fact that they're a bad pairing. Just like in the main continuity, they weren't meant for each other, and Sue would eventually divorce him, returning to the surface and marrying Reed. Elijah, first kind of appearing in Fantastic Four issue 265, released in January of 1984, and making her true debut in Fantastic Four issue 357, released in August of 1991. As mentioned before, Elijah was a Skrull that was chosen to replace Alicia Masters, and she took her job very seriously. For example, since Alicia was blind, she literally wore contact lenses that made herself blind. Alicia was captured and replaced while the Fantastic Four were teleported away to Battleworld during Secret Wars, and when they returned, Elijah was pretty upset because Thing wasn't with them. So how could she get close to the Fantastic Four if Alicia's boyfriend was gone? Well, it's simple. She turned to Johnny and started dating him. But she goofed up and actually fell in love with him, and they even got married. So when Johnny found out that she was actually a Skrull, he wasn't very happy. In fact, he actually tried to kill her. Wanting to make it up to the team, she joined up with the Fantastic Four and battled Payback and the rest of the Skrulls. And as she died, Johnny realized that he was still in love with her. Elijah was then revived by Payback, and even given some powers. She then betrayed him and became a full-time good guy, hanging out with the Fantastic Four. Oh yeah, and Elijah was pregnant during all of this. Yeah, she was pregnant when she died, and when she was brought back, so was the egg. No, not the baby, the egg. Turns out a Shibari monster was implanted into her by Payback, and so when it hatched, it started causing mayhem. It was around this time that she and Johnny broke up, as she had lied to him and said that the baby she was pregnant with was his, not an alien monster egg. Despite this, she would still work with the Fantastic Four for a bit, but would eventually go her own way. She would eventually come back into contact with the Four during the Secret Invasion event, where she convinced a Skrull agent to send the Four to the Negative Zone instead of killing them. She would then work with Johnny to bring back the rest of the team. However, she decided to stay in the Negative Zone for a bit in order to find herself. She would eventually leave the Negative Zone and become a space pirate, even pretending to be Yondu. Though she would eventually leave her pirate life behind and become a member of the Future Foundation. At least for a bit. She was still in love with Johnny, and seeing that Johnny was now with somebody else, she decided to play homewrecker. She failed and left Earth to rejoin the Skrull Empire. Though this was actually Alicia Masters using her stepfather's clay to make her do all of this stuff. As for her powers, since she's a Skrull, she has the ability to shapeshift. She also has the ability to fire energy out of her hands and create a force field. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon. Dark Raider. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 387, released in April of 1994, Dark Raider is another evil alternate universe version of Reed Richards. In Earth 616, the Human Torch was chosen by the Watcher to grab the ultimate nullifier to battle Galactus. But in this reality, Earth 944, the Watcher chose Reed, which, okay. Alright, so when Reed shows up to grab the nullifier, he looks at the other gadgets around him and starts going, gizmos and gadgets, me like that. And so, because he was so distracted by the gadgets, Galactus wasn't stopped in time, and the Earth was destroyed, along with the rest of the Fantastic Four. Realizing that he was fully to blame for this death and destruction, he decided to travel the multiverse and kill every single Reed Richards. When he showed up to Earth 616, he couldn't actually fight this universe's Reed, as he was currently MIA. He was being held prisoner by Hyperstorm at this point, and everyone thought he was dead. Regardless of Reed not being here, Dark Raider decided that he would instead destroy Earth 616 in his place. He was then defeated by Psylord and Sue Storm, but before he could be killed, he was abducted by the rogue Watcher, Aaron. He captured Dark Raider because he wanted to use him as a weapon. If anyone were to go against him, he would simply release the Dark Raider. And that's exactly what happened. He was sent after Sue at one point, but luckily she was able to kill him. As for his powers, Dark Raider has the same stretchy abilities as Mr. Fantastic. Most of his other powers stem from his armored suit. His suit allows him to teleport between realities, shoot out a paralyzing mist, create a force field, fire energy blasts, and powerful winds. What if the Fantastic Four had all become monsters like the Thing? In What If issue 11, released in January of 1990, we get 4 short stories about what if the Fantastic Four all shared the exact same powers. The most interesting of these 4 stories, in my opinion, is the third one, What If the Fantastic Four Had All Become Monsters Like the Thing, which is a really mean title. Poor Ben. Anyways, after being mutated by the cosmic rays, Ben turns into the Thing, while Reed becomes a monkey-like creature, and Johnny becomes just another thing, and Sue becomes just Man-Thing, just like she straight up just becomes Man-Thing, and because of this, she can no longer talk. And because, you know, they're all monster-like, everyone is terrified of them. In order to avoid being gunned down by the police and military, the Fantastic Four bail from civilization and travel to Monster Island, where they live the rest of their lives in peace. Yeah, there's no, like, redemption story where they're like, see guys, we're actually heroes. Like, no, they just go into exile. Awesome Android. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 15, released in March of 1963, Awesome Android was created by the villain, the Mad Thinker, though he wasn't completely created by the Mad Thinker, as he was based on some designs and research done by Reed Richards. And because it was partially created by Reed, he was easily able to defeat the robot in combat. Awesome Android would continue being used by the Mad Thinker, along with other villains, such as Puppet Master and Dr. Doom. Some of his most notable fights from around this time include attacking Reed and Sue's wedding, battling Rom the Space Knight, and breaking into the Eternals city of Olympia, #M14 Gang. After countless failures, Mad Thinker would abandon the robot, and for a while, Awesome Android would wander around Ohio by itself, occasionally coming into conflict with heroes, such as Captain America, Namor, and the Avengers. Mad Thinker would eventually return to using the robot and upgraded it, giving it the ability to copy the abilities of other people. But this wasn't the best idea, as during a fight with Thor, the android would copy Thor's ability to talk, and also think, which gave the bot some much-needed intelligence. And with this intelligence, he joined forces with Thor to get a lawyer in order to clear his name of any of the crimes he committed, as he was being forced to do them under the commands of Mad Thinker. And that's where Awesome Android began calling himself Awesome Andy. He even got a job at the law firm he hired the lawyer at. There, he would work with She-Hulk on various lawsuits and other lawyer stuff, though he would still do combat occasionally, but this time it was on the side of good. While working in law, he fell in love with his co-worker, Mallory Book, though she didn't return his feelings and was instead in love with the hero, Two Gun Kid. But this kinda changed one day. One day, he was attacked by Star Fox, who believed Andy was still working for the Mad Thinker. But he would stop upon realizing that Andy was innocent. However, during this encounter, Star Fox's powers activated. You see, Star Fox has the ability to make people fall in love with others, and his love power made it so that Mallory fell for Andy. Andy copied the power by habit, and because of this, the power continued to make Mallory fall in love with Andy, despite Andy not purposely using it. It was being used subconsciously. Upon discovering what was going on, Andy became disgusted with himself, so he deleted all of his memories, powers, and personality, and returned to the Mad Thinker. And for a while, he went back to being a henchman, but would eventually return to working in law with Mallory after Mallory found a backup file of his memories and personality. The two would then open up their own law firm. As for Andy's powers, he has the ability to copy the abilities of people around him. He's also got superhuman strength and stamina. He can also blow powerful winds from his mouth and can transform parts of his body into weapons. As for his appearances in media, Andy has appeared in the Marvel superheroes, Ultimate Spider-Man, X-Men the Animated Series, and Iron Man Armored Adventures. The Impossible Man. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 11, released in November of 1962, the Impossible Man is a member of an alien species called the Popians. This is a very strange species, as the entire species evolved to have a hive mind, and thus didn't have any names. The Popian that would be known as the Impossible Man left his homeworld because he was bored. In order to entertain himself, he landed on Earth and started pranking people, including the Fantastic Four. After this, Impossible Man became a reoccurring, well, not threat, but a nuisance. In order to make sure Impossible Man never returned to Earth, Reed was able to convince everybody in New York City to ignore him, as Impossible Man craved attention. And this actually worked for a bit. He left the planet for a while, but he would return. Luckily, though, he would actually be a help. For starters, when Counter-Earth was about to be eaten by Galactus, Impossible Man was just like, "Hey, you could eat my planet. My people and I share the same consciousness, so it'll be like nobody dying." So Galactus ate his world, and after having his homeworld destroyed, he rewarded himself by declaring that he was going to live with the Fantastic Four. While living with the team, he'd have a bunch of wacky little adventures. While living with the crew, he fell in love with TV and film. He also fell in love with the concept of love. Seeing Thing and Alicia's love for each other, he created a female clone of himself called the Impossible Woman, who he then married and had 4,000 kids with. Dude got busy. Despite being a married man, he still goofed around with Earth's heroes, such as the X-Men, Punisher, Spider-Man, Thor, Daredevil, the Fantastic Four, and Superman. Yes, Superman. He one day came into contact with DC's Mr. Mxyzptlk, and the two of them decided to do a bit of trolling. While Impossible Man was goofing around in the DC universe, Mr. Mxyzptlk was goofing around in the Marvel universe. But the two would eventually get mad at each other and start fighting. Superman's not actually the craziest person that Impossible Man's met. Upset that the Fantastic Four was torn apart due to the Civil War storyline, he confronted Stan Lee, who had to convince him that the status quo changes are good. Impossible Man would then be killed while fighting the alien menace, the Hamajan, but because Spider-Man, who was with him, breathed in some of the smoke coming from Impossible Man's remains, Impossible Man was reborn inside of Spider-Man, causing Spidey to vomit him out. And so, Impossible Man continues to prank people to this day. As for his powers, Impossible Man can morph his body into anything, including electronics. He can also travel through different dimensions, fly, and create copies of himself and other objects. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the Superhero Squad show, Hulk and the Agents of Smash, Avengers Assemble, the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, the new Fantastic Four, and Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes. Frankie Ray. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 164, released in August of 1975, Frankie Ray is the stepdaughter of Professor Horton, who, if you remember, is the creator of the android Human Torch, Jim Hammond. And this led to her gaining Human Torch powers, as one day she was helping her father carry some Horton cells, when suddenly, oops, the containers holding the Horton cells broke, and she got hit with them, setting her on fire. But she lived and realized that this accident gave her Human Torch powers. But her stepdad Horton realized that people would freak out if they knew about this, so to protect her, he had her hypnotized to forget about the incident. That, and she was to wear a transparent bodysuit at all times that suppressed her powers. She would also be hypnotized to never acknowledge this suit. Eventually, she would end up dating Johnny Storm, and her relationship with Johnny led to her being released from her hypnosis by Reed. She would then join the Fantastic Four and become the official third Human Torch. But this wouldn't last forever, as in order to save the Earth from Galactus, Frankie offered to become Galactus's new herald, and to travel the galaxy looking for worlds for him to eat. And so, now calling herself Nova, she traveled the galaxy doing just that, and became great friends with the Silver Surfer. But she wasn't emotionally strong enough to be a herald of Galactus, and so Galactus fired her, which led to her losing her memories. Without any memories, she became a dancer at an alien nightclub. Though this would be short-lived, as Silver Surfer would help her restore her memories, only to then be killed while trying to defeat Galactus's newest herald. Though her spirit wouldn't die, and she would end up possessing a waitress from Nevada named Frances. Why her in particular? Because years ago, Silver Surfer had, for some reason, transferred some of Frankie's Star Force powers into her. So, Frankie and Frances are like kinda the same person? It's weird. Frankie's shown up again multiple times since this storyline, but she hasn't really done much. As for her powers, when she was just Human Torch, she had the ability to ignite into flames, fly, shoot fire from her body, and manipulate nearby fire. But after becoming Nova, she gained superhuman strength, telepathy between her and other former heralds of Galactus, the ability to manipulate gravity and her own density, and she no longer ages. As for her appearances in media, she's appeared in the 90s Fantastic Four cartoon, Rise of the Silver Surfer cartoon, and Fantastic Four World's Greatest Heroes. Scrapped 1990s Silver Surfer film. In 1989, Eric Fleming and Robert Letterman asked Marvel for permission to create a 5-minute-long short film about the Silver Surfer, as a proof of concept for creating silver-colored humanoid figures at a CGI. They agreed, and the short was completed in 1991, and shown off in September of 1993 at the USC Film Festival. This short film got a bunch of attention, especially after the success of Terminator 2 Judgment Day, as everyone wanted to make cool silver CGI people. And so, scripts began being written for a potential live-action Silver Surfer film, with Quentin Tarantino even writing a script. But his script was rejected. Nothing ended up coming out of this, and the Silver Surfer wouldn't appear in film until 2007's Rise of the Silver Surfer. Christophe Vernard. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 247, released in October of 1982, Christophe Vernard is Dr. Doom's adopted son. Doom raised Christophe to one day replace him as the leader of Latveria, and after Doom was seemingly killed during a fight between the Silver Surfer and another one of Galactus's heralds, Tyros, Christophe was given leadership of Latveria, but in the weirdest way possible. You see, Doom didn't want him to just become the new leader of Latveria, he wanted him to become the new Victor Von Doom. And so, upon his supposed death, the Doombots proceeded to give Christophe all of Doom's memories, which led to Christophe believing that he really was Doom. Although this process was incomplete, as when he was given the memories of the events of Fantastic Four issue 6, released in June of 1962, he ordered the bots to stop, as he had figured out what went wrong with that plan. For those that don't know, this was when Dr. Doom trapped the Fantastic Four in the Baxter Building and launched it into space. And so he did this plan again, but this time it actually worked. But Sue used her force fields to save the team. So the Fantastic Four then traveled to Latveria and quickly realized that this Doom wasn't the real Doom. So Christophe was taken by the team, and Reed tried to figure out a way to break him free of this programming. He would eventually escape and run into the real Dr. Doom, who had returned to his physical body. He survived his death by transferring his mind to another body, and then the Beyonder gave him his body back. The two battled for a bit until Doom remembered, oh yeah, I have a code word that would snap him out of it. So he says the code word, and Christophe was back to normal. He'd even fall in love with Cassie Lang, and work with the team to rescue Doom and Reed from Hyperstorm. However, he would eventually leave the team, and decides that he wanted to rule Latveria, so he had to Namor fight Doom while he snuck into his father's castle to learn about some forbidden magic that Doom refused to teach him. This caused him to go crazy for a bit. Now exiled, he tried to kill his father, but was never able to, as Doom eventually welcomed him back to Latveria, and even made him the temporary leader of the nation while he was recovering from an injury. Though it seems this brief run as leader soured his interest in leading a country, as he would contact She-Hulk and try to have her help him get political asylum in the United States. And after a talk with Doom, he was allowed to leave Latveria. As of right now, he's playing a big role in the One World Under Doom storyline. As for Christophe's powers, he knows magic, but mostly relies on a replica of Dr. Doom's armor. This version of Doom's armor is actually an exoskeleton of sorts that makes him a bit taller due to Christophe being much younger than Doom. This armor gives him super strength, the ability to shoot energy blasts, and fly. As for his appearances in media, he's never appeared in anything, but his Doom armor appears as an alternate skin for Dr. Doom in Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Fantastic Four: The End. Releasing from January to May of 2007 and written by Alan Davis, Fantastic Four: The End is another hypothetical Final Fantastic Four story. The story picks up in the aftermath of a series of conflicts that annihilated the world. Luckily for humanity, Reed Richards exists, and he's elected to be the leader of the entire world. And through his leadership, humanity is able to rebuild after essentially Armageddon. But Reed and the Fantastic Four aren't the only superpowered people who survived. Thor, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, She-Hulk, and more all survived. Dr. Doom also survived, although barely. In the wars that nearly ended the world, most of his body was lost and had to be replaced with machinery. He also lost Latveria, and he's not exactly thrilled about Reed Richards now being the leader of, well, everyone. So while the Fantastic Family is in their space station orbiting Earth, Doom attacks them, planning on killing all of them, and he almost succeeds. During the fight, Doom was killed, but so was Franklin and Valeria Richards. This obviously destroyed Reed and Sue. In fact, the entire team broke up. The story then jumps 20 years later, and humanity is evolving rapidly under Reed's leadership. Not only are people now living much longer, but they're colonizing other planets. In fact, most of humanity and the Inhumans have moved to Mars, including Ben, who's now in the process of being cured of his condition. The Avengers, now led by the Human Torch, operate primarily on Pluto and Neptune. However, with all of these advances comes a cost. Reed is obsessed with his work and ignores the people around him. While he does all of this, Sue has been spending the last 2 decades trying to figure out a way to somehow bring her children back, and she finally finds a way. She has Doctor Strange use some magic to bring her kids into the future so that they never died, but if you recall, they weren't the only ones that died that day. Doom is brought back as well, and he tries to go after Reed again, only to get defeated and trapped in the negative zone. While in the negative zone, he kills Annihilus and takes control over the entire reality, so it's possible that he could return one day, and this time with an army, but he would have to face off against an entire united humanity led by Reed and other heroes, so, good luck.
Prepare for battle. We'll be right back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
Doctor Doom has her spacey green eyes. Let's go, Fantastic Four! Slime on! Zing, go! Now, Invisible Woman! Hey, where'd she go? Come back here!
I see sold separately.
Now you can team up Star and Lightning Bolt chicken tenders with Fantastic Four toys.
Zing, lava! Awesome!
There are 5 action-packed toys you can collect. There's one in every kid's meal, only at Burger King.
Save the world. Now back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
Thing becomes Venom. In What If Dark, Venom, released in August of 2023, we're introduced to a world in which, after being rejected by Spider-Man and left with the Fantastic Four, the Venom symbiote is fuming. But he's not the only one fuming. Thing's not too happy either. Ben just returned from Battleworld and is just really sad that he can't be human anymore. He claims that Reed isn't trying to help him anymore, but Reed tells him that this isn't true. And while he wants to continue the conversation, he can't, because he's called away to an interview, but he does invite Ben to dinner. Seeing all of this, the Venom symbiote realizes that Ben would be a pretty good host, and convinces Ben to release it. That's when Reed walks back in and discovers that Thing has now bonded to the symbiote. Reed tries to warn him that it's dangerous, but Ben doesn't believe him, and uses the symbiote to revert back to his normal human self. Reed tries to free Ben, but Ben's not having it, and he escapes. Ben tries to have a good time now that he's human again, but quickly ends up in a fight with the Lizard. Dr. Connors starts claiming to Ben that the Fantastic Four are secretly scared of him, and that everyone will eventually reject him. Thing doesn't believe him at first, but Lizard then tells him that he wants to use the symbiote to help people regrow their limbs, and that if Ben helps him, he'll be looked at as a hero by everyone. Nobody would ever be scared of him ever again. But the Lizard was trolling, and once he convinces Ben to help, he steals the symbiote for himself. Lizard then storms over to the Baxter building to kill Reed, as not only does the symbiote want him dead, but so does Lizard, due to him hating Reed for thinking that he was better than him on Battleworld, and he brutally kills both Reed and Sue. Thing battles Lizard, which gains the symbiote's respect, and it bonds with him over the Lizard. Thing then executes Lizard, and fully embraces becoming a monster. Josh Trank's Fan 4-Stick review. Alright, so this is a bit of a goofy entry. In November of 2019, Josh Trank, the director of Fan 4-Stick, reviewed his own film. It's very rare for a director to review their own film, especially on a public platform like Letterboxd. So what did he have to say? Well, he gave the film 2 stars out of 5, and said it was alright. Turns out, he hadn't actually seen the film in full since around the time it came out, and he was in a very bad place at that point, so this was really like the first time he saw the film. He said that all of the actors did great, and that everybody wanted to make a great movie, but it just didn't end up that way, with one of the major reasons as to why it didn't happen being the fact that he and the studio wanted to make two different films, so the final product was a mix of these two conflicting visions. Finally, he ends the review saying that he hopes Peyton Reed directs the next Fantastic Four film, and that he has a cameo in it. Peyton Reed is not directing Fantastic Four First Steps, and Josh Trank does not have a cameo in it. Fantastic Thors. Only appearing in Siege Issue 4, released in October of 2015, this is an alternate universe Fantastic Four team that all share the powers of Thor, along with their traditional Fantastic Four powers, like fire, stretching, etc. The group comes from the battle world created by Doom in Secret Wars 2015 as part of the Thor Corp, God Emperor Doom's top soldiers, and as you would expect, all of them were powered by the power of Thor. Unfortunately, there's nothing else we know about the Fantastic Thors, other than their Reed, Ben, Sue, and Johnny, but with the powers of Thor. Though, there is one weird thing with the team. Because Doom hates Reed, when he made Battleworld, he made sure that no Reed variant was created, so the 616 Reed Richards and the Maker were the only Reed Richards in Battleworld. So that leaves the question, who is this guy? We know he's a Reed Richards variant, but like, how did Doom not notice him? Well, the out-of-universe reason is that the Secret Wars Siege series and the Secret Wars main series were written by different authors, so it's a continuity problem. Oh well, we'll never see this character again, so it don't matter.
And it don't matter. None of this matters.
Cancelled teenage Doctor Doom in Hell comic series. One of Doctor Doom's greatest goals is to save his mom's soul from hell. You'd think that that would be easy since this is the world of comics. Nobody stays dead, unless they're Goliath or Gwen Stacy. Never mind. In August of 2011, it was reported that Nick Spencer and Becky Blunin were going to create a miniseries focused on a teenage Victor Von Doom, titled Victor Von Doom. The story was going to be about a teenage Doom traveling to hell in order to rescue his mom's soul. Everything seemed to be going great, right up until the first issue was set to be shipped, as Marvel suddenly canceled it. To this day, we don't know why it was canceled, outside of a vague production issue reasoning given. Noah Hawley's canceled Doctor Doom film. Now, I actually talked about this a long time ago in the original MCU Iceberg, but I'm talking about it again because I don't think I did a good job with it there, and that video is very bad. In July 2017, it was announced that 20th Century Fox had hired Noah Hawley to write and direct a Doctor Doom solo film. The film was in development for roughly 2 years, and in March 2019, the film would hit its first and only major shakeup, due to the Disney Fox buyout. Though there was still hope for the project, as Hawley had given the finished script to Kevin Feige, and he was curious to see if Marvel Studios was interested in making the film. They, clearly weren't, as it never ended up happening. So what was this film going to look like? We don't know much about it, but we do know that the film would have been influenced heavily by the Cold War, and the film would focus primarily on Doom being a politician in Latveria. The inciting incident to get the plot rolling would have been Doom letting a female journalist into Latveria after 10 years of the country not letting anyone in. He did so in order to share a message to the rest of the world. What that message was, we don't know. Dr. Bob Doom. First appearing in Sensational She-Hulk issue 18, released in June of 1990, Robert Doom is the fifth cousin of Dr. Doom. Growing up in the United States, due to his family immigrating there, he grew up to be a dentist. And while being a dentist is an extremely respectful job, unlike being a YouTuber, Robert, or Bob, felt like he deserved more, just like his cousin in Latveria. Which, I guess to be fair, if I found out that my cousin was the leader of an entire nation, I'd feel pretty insignificant. It's like that one guy who directed We Wish You a Turtles Christmas, being the brother of the dude who produced the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy and The Matrix. Don't worry, Larry Osborne, I've watched Turtle Christmas way more times than the Lord of the Rings films, and no, I'm not joking. Anyways, Bob decided that he was going to be the ultimate dentist, not in the world, but in his town. So he created mind-controlling dental implants and placed them into his patients so that they would give him more money. He also created a robot sidekick and a dentist-themed battle armor, just in case some hero tried to stop him. And, She-Hulk stepped in and easily defeated him. As for his abilities, Bob Doom has none, but he's pretty good at making machines, so there's that. Marvel, please reveal that Doom's actions in One World Under Doom are because of Bob Doom giving him a mind-controlling dental implant. Please, oh please, make him the twist villain. Everyone would hate it, but I would laugh so hard. Please, Marvel, please. Max Landis' Fantastic Four film. In 2011, writer Max Landis wrote a script for a Fantastic Four film, with the idea being that this film would be the beginning of a trilogy. Now, it's unknown exactly why he wrote the script. The two leading theories are that he either wrote it just for fun, or he intended to pitch it to Fox. In August of 2015, Max Landis tweeted out the first 4 pages of his script to his Fantastic Four film, in response to Fanforstic not exactly doing great. The film would have opened with the FBI breaking into Reed's farmhouse in California. Reed and the rest of the 4 built a spaceship there, and the FBI are trying to arrest them because, it turns out that making rocket ships in your backyard is illegal. Somebody gotta tell Jimmy Neutron that. Anyways, the 4 are able to blast off in a spaceship built from a 1968 Corvair Ultravan, and that's all we got. The only other thing we know about the film and the trilogy is that Max Landis has said that Dr. Doom would have been a good guy for the first 2 films, and would have been trying to help the Fantastic Four. It wouldn't be until the 3rd film where Dr. Doom would become evil, as he blamed the team for his injuries. Tyrannosaurus Doom. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 12, released in October of 2023, this Victor Von Doom variant, I like to call Tyrannosaurus Doom, is exactly what he sounds like. He's from a reality in which dinosaurs never went extinct, and because of this, dinosaurs became far more intelligent, with Tyrannosaurus Doom being able to talk, plot, and rule. Yup, he has his own dinosaur empire, and fought dinosaur superheroes. His first interaction with Earth-616 was when that reality and the Dino reality were going to converge. Instead of trying to stop this, 616 Doom traveled to Dino Doom's world, and the two came up with an idea on how to combine their realities. And so began a battle between Doom and Dino Doom versus the Fantastic Four and the superhero dinosaurs. There's a Spinosaurus Captain America, a Brachiosaurus Iron Man, a Quetzalcoatlus Black Widow, a Parasaurolophus Thor, a Lambeosaurus Captain Marvel, and a Shatungosaurus Doctor Strange. Oh, and of course, the Dinosaur Fantastic Four. A T-Rex Reed Richards, a Triceratops Sue Storm, a Pachycephalosaurus Ben Grimm, a Velociraptor Johnny Storm, a Triceratops Franklin Richards, and a T-Rex Valeria Richards. Yeah, I'm thinking peak fiction. Ultimately, Dino Doom would lose after the two Dooms realized that they can't exactly work together because they'll fight over who's in charge. Though they seemingly figured this out, as Dino Doom would later show up working for Doom in the One World Under Doom storyline. As for Dino Doom's powers, he can use magic and fire energy from his armor. He's also a T-Rex, so he has the most powerful bite force in history, amplified by cybernetics. Novels. While Marvel and DC characters are mostly known for their adventures in comics, video games, animated shows, films, and live-action shows, that doesn't mean they don't occasionally step into the world of novels. And the Fantastic Four, being Marvel's first family, have appeared in dozens of novels. And by dozens, I mean 8. The first book was Fantastic Four to Free Atlantis, released in December of 1995, and written by Nancy A. Collins. The story is about the Fantastic Four teaming up with Namor to save Atlantis from Dr. Doom. The second book was titled Fantastic Four: Redemption of the Silver Surfer, released in June of 1997, and written by Michael Jan Friedman. This story saw the Fantastic Four teaming up with the Silver Surfer and facing off against the villain Blastar. Then we have Fantastic Four: Warzone, released in July of 2005 and written by Greg Cox. It's about the Four battling an invading army from the Negative Zone. Then there's Fantastic Four: The Baxter Effect, released in December of 2006, and written by Dave Stern, which features the Mad Thinker altering reality, making it so that the Fantastic Four don't get their powers. But slowly, over time, the team begin to remember their old lives. Then there's Fantastic Four: What Lies Between, released in June of 2007, and written by Peter David, and this book is about the Four investigating the concept of interdimensional tourism and battling Dormammu. Finally, the last original novel is Fantastic Four: Doomgate, released in November of 2008, and written by Jeffrey Lang. This book is about the Four having to team up with Dr. Doom to stop an invasion from Hell. The last two books are simply novelizations of the two Tim Story films. Michael Chabon's Fantastic Four film. In 1995, writer Michael Chabon wrote a pitch for a Fantastic Four film. However, for one reason or another, the pitch was rejected. The film would be set in the mid-90s, but in an alternate reality in which the aesthetics of the 60s never left. And it's not just the aesthetics of the 60s that have stuck around, but also the conflicts. The Cold War never ended, and the Soviet Union never fell. What's interesting about this reality is that it would have been a direct alternate timeline to our own. What I mean is, in the film, Dr. Doom would discover the existence of a person, one human being that did something in the early 60s that made it so that reality was altered forever. So instead of their 90s being like our 90s, their 90s was essentially, what if the 60s never ended? And so Doom travels back in time and kills this person, which makes their reality even worse than our 90s, making reality look more like the original RoboCop trilogy, only a bit more apocalyptic, as in this reality, the ozone layer is on the brink of being lost. So it's up to the Fantastic Four to prevent Doom from creating such a nightmare. Other plot points in the film include Sue and Reed debating on whether or not to get married, and Sue being captured by the Soviet Union and being forced to fight against her family. Unfortunately, that's all we know about this pitch. Reed's Iron Man suit. So Tony Stark's made countless Iron Man suits over the decades, and some of these suits were designed for heroes that aren't him, Rhodey, or Pepper. For example, there's the Iron Spider armor, there's Captain America's exoskeleton, there's the Iron Man armor he gave X-23, and then there's the armor he made for Reed Richards. First appearing in Empire Issue 4, released in August of 2020, during the Kotati invasion of Earth as part of the Empire storyline, Tony was pretty worried, as not only were the Kotati powerful, but they also had plant-controlling abilities like Poison Ivy, that one ghost from Danny Phantom, or the Triffids from Day of the Triffids. So he created a bunch of different methods to fight back against these plant-based aliens, and one of these was an Iron Man suit designed for Reed. The suit wasn't anything super crazy, but it's an Iron Man armor designed to work with Reed's stretching abilities, so Reed could use his powers like normal in the suit. The suit could also fire sonic frequencies that could sever the connection between the Kotati and their plants. While pretty cool, it's not really Reed's style, so after the invasion, Reed decided to give it to his son as a gift. Franklin would then get to use it when the entity the Griever at the End of All Things showed up. I'll talk about her some more in just a little bit. The suit was used remotely by Franklin in order to lure the Griever into a trap that would lead her to be trapped in another dimension. The plan succeeded, and presumably the suit was lost in this dimension as it hasn't shown back up. Also, while the plan was successful, she broke out almost instantly. Stalinbot. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 343, released in June of 1990, the Stalinbot comes from Earth 9061, a reality in which after World War II, instead of Germany being split up, the Soviet Union took full control over the country, which made it so that the Cold War never ended. Not really sure how that works, because I think the Soviet Union fell for a bunch of reasons. I don't think occupying Germany would have saved them, but whatever. Joseph Stalin would eventually die, and in order to keep up propaganda, the Soviet government contacted some people in Hollywood to help them create a robotic android Joseph Stalin. They would then tell the public that this robot was the real Stalin, being kept alive with cybernetic enhancements. So, for a while, the public believed that Stalin was a cyborg, and this cyborg Stalin escalated tensions between the two superpowers, and even led to the Soviets firing off a bunch of nuclear weapons. Luckily, the 616 Fantastic Four were in this reality at this point in time, and were able to prevent the nukes with the help of the SAS and US Marines, led by Captain Price. No, but seriously, they stopped the nukes. The Fantastic Four realized that this robot Stalin needed to be destroyed, so they traveled to its headquarters and defeated it. Reed then reprogrammed Stalin into helping them. So the reprogrammed Stalinbot told his Soviet soldiers that the Soviets' leadership was stepping down, and that there should be peace between the United States and Russia. Reed then gave it a heart attack. As for its abilities, the Stalinbot usually chills in a giant robotic mech that gives it super strength and durability. It can also fire out anti-fire foam, and that's pretty much it. Battle at San Diego Comic-Con. So the Fantastic Four have battled bad guys in a bunch of different places: the Negative Zone, Atlantis, the Moon, other planets, and Subterranea, but the weirdest place they fought bad guys has to be the 1999 San Diego Comic-Con. Okay, that's not true. The actual answer would probably be, the Negative Zone, but still, this is pretty odd. In Fantastic Four issue 23, released in September of 1999, the Fantastic Four battled the Avengers at the 1999 San Diego Comic-Con. The story begins with the Fantastic Four trying to purge some mind-controlling nanites from the Thing and She-Hulk, so they travel to a base where they believe that they can figure out a way to destroy them. While Reed, Sue, and Valeria travel to the base, Johnny and family friend Caledonia bring Franklin to Comic-Con. While there, they spot some dudes wearing uniforms saying Skrull, which stands for Sinister Cabal for Undermining Life and Liberty. Johnny's a bit weirded out by these guys, and he's also weirded out by the life-sized replica of the awesome android that's just standing around. That's when the Avengers show up to hang out at the convention, but that's also when the Skrull soldiers reveal themselves as bad guys and shoot the Avengers with the mind-controlling nanites. And that's when Awesome Android comes to life, revealing it to be the real thing. Luckily, Johnny and Wonder Man weren't hit by these nanites, and so they work with the rest of the Fantastic Four to free the Avengers and battle Awesome Android. And that's when it's revealed that these nanites and the Skrull soldiers were part of a plot created by the Mad Thinker and Red Skull. Realizing that their plan failed, they take Awesome Android and bail. Reed then has to explain all of this to a court. Griever at the End of All Things. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 2, released in September of 2018, the Griever at the End of All Things is a rather strange entity. She's the embodiment of entropy, the heat death of the universe, or just cosmic death as a whole. Regardless of what she is, she's not exactly good news. In the aftermath of Secret Wars 2015, Reed and the Future Foundation traveled to the multiverse in order to create brand new universes. Being that she's the embodiment of the death of a universe, she wasn't exactly thrilled to see her work being undone. So she confronted the team and pretty easily defeated most of the Foundation, since She's all-powerful. So backed into a corner, Reed rage baits the Griever into giving Reed a teleportation device, so that he can teleport every single member of the Fantastic Four to fight her, as he claimed that together, they would be able to beat her. But he didn't just bring in the rest of the four. He brought every single previous member of the Fantastic Four, including She-Hulk, She-Thing, Spider-Man, Black Panther, and more, and together they were able to defeat her. She would eventually return, but this time she attacked Earth 616 directly. In order to defeat her, the four lured her into a trap, trapping her in a pocket dimension. But this didn't work out so well, as she quite easily escaped. She then revealed that her attack on Earth wasn't just out of revenge, but she also wanted Reed to give her the Forever Gate, a teleportation device created by Valeria. She wanted it so that she could travel the multiverse and eradicate everything. Luckily for the four, the Silver Surfer was there to help them. Unfortunately for them, he lost the fight against the Griever. Realizing that they can't defeat her, Reed offers to send her into the future, to the end of the universe, so that she can do her thing there. She agrees, but instead of being sent to the end of the universe, she's sent to the entity Eternity, who's dying. There, she witnesses the heroes of Earth 616 save Eternity. The Griever would later show up and battle Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who proceeded to absolutely annihilate her, with Wanda sending pieces of her across all of time and space. As for her powers, she possesses an insane amount of vague cosmic powers. She can fire out massive energy blasts, and has super strength, speed, and she can just throw people around without any effort. She also has a sword that, when slashed, can create portals to different realities. She also has an army of these spooky creatures called Endlings. Hulk becomes the Silver Surfer. In What If Galactus Transformed Hulk, released in January of 2025, we're introduced to a reality in which Galactus, turns Hulk into one of his heralds. In this universe, Galactus shows up to Earth and is just like, "Hey, I won't eat your planet if you give me a powerful warrior to be my herald." So the world went, "Okay," and threw Bruce Banner at him. Banner was a bit confused at first, but went along with it since that meant that Hulk wouldn't be a problem to Earth ever again. So Hulk would travel the cosmos with Galactus, destroying worlds. But Hulk wouldn't just help Galactus. He would also help the people of the worlds that he destroyed, as he created colony ships that the planet's populations could escape into before Galactus ate their world. This went on for a while until one day Hulk came into contact with the Avengers. The Avengers aren't super happy with Galactus destroying planets, as they were now parts of the Galactic Council, and one of their space outposts was about to be eaten by Galactus. They tried to convince Hulk to stop Galactus, and while Hulk at first fought them, he was eventually convinced to stand up to his cosmic master, and that's the end of the story. We don't actually see him fight Galactus. It ends with him traveling to go fight him. Modulus. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 62, released in October of 2002, Modulus is one of the most unique foes faced by the Fantastic Four, or really any superhero, because Modulus isn't some rogue AI, or crazy criminal, or dictator, or space warlord, alternate universe variant, femme fatale, or whatever Doughboy is. Modulus is a series of math formulas brought to life by Franklin Richards. But not only is it a series of math formulas, it's also a series of math formulas that's in love with Reed Richards. So how did this thing come to life? Well, around this time, Franklin was jealous of his newly reborn sister, Valeria, as she was getting all of the attention, so he played around with one of Reed's devices, hoping that copying the numbers and letters on it would make him smarter, which was basically just me in math class. So because of this, and Franklin's crazy powers, the data and formulas came to life as Modulus. Anyways, it loved Reed so much that it believed that it was the only thing that was worthy enough for Reed's love, so it began attacking Reed's loved ones. It loved him so much because it believed that Reed was the solution to its equation, and when Reed rejected it, Modulus just decided to create a digital replica of Reed, and the two traveled back into Reed's tablet. As for Modulus's powers, it can turn any object into data. For example, it could turn the floor it was standing on into data, which would make it so that anyone standing on the floor would fall through it. It even used this power to turn the entire Baxter building into data. It could also create copies of data that it could use as weapons. For example, it created new floors of the Baxter building to drop on the team. It could also travel to places using electronic signal waves, and could even turn small pockets of oxygen into data. The Silver Surfer becomes Carnage. In Amazing Spider-Man issue 430, released in November of 1997, Silver Surfer is chilling out on Earth on his way to visit the Fantastic Four, when he sees a Spider-Man battling Carnage. Wanting to help out the webhead, he flies down and grabs Carnage. This gives Carnage an idea, so it jumps off of Cletus Cassidy and lures the Surfer away while Spidey deals with Cletus. But before long, Carnage bonds to the Surfer, becoming Cosmic Carnage. Although this doesn't last very long, as Silver Surfer isn't exactly an easy being to stay bonded to. Silver Surfer then tries to knock Carnage off of him by flying into space. It's then that the Carnage symbiote remembers that Galactus once ate a world ruled by symbiotes, and that the Silver Surfer was there at its destruction. Wanting payback for its destruction, Carnage begins to trauma dump all of Cletus Cassidy's worst memories into the Surfer's head. The Silver Surfer then flies back to Earth, where he travels to Cletus Cassidy. Carnage then hops off of the Silver Surfer back onto Cletus, due to Cletus being diagnosed with cancer, and Carnage doesn't exactly want his favorite host to die. But before he can do anything, Silver Surfer encases him in a cocoon of ethereal energy, thus ending the threat of cosmic carnage. Sue becomes the Thing. In What If, issue 34, released in May of 1982, we get the answer to the question, what if Sue and Ben had their powers swapped? And, there's not really much of a story, it's just, well, Sue looks like She-Thing before She-Thing was a thing. That's too many things. She's got a big purse as her main weapon, so, you know, there's that bit of sexism. Yeah, this issue of What If was a joke issue, if you couldn't already tell. There's another universe in which Sue becomes Thing. We meet her in Excalibur issue 14, released in July of 1989. Her history is a little bit weird, because while she did receive the Thing powers from the cosmic rays, similar to how she got powers in Earth 616, her and her entire planet weren't naturally created. Instead, this entire planet and its population are a creation of an alternate universe Impossible Man. The most recent Thing Sue was introduced in Marvel Adventures Fantastic Four issue 25, released in June of 2007. In this reality, she was given Ben's Thing powers, but the rest of her team, Reed, Johnny, and Ben, were all killed, as well as every single man on Earth, leaving only the women left. This was due to the cosmic rays altering the microscopic germs living inside of people, which created a disease that wiped out all men. So Sue created the Femtastic Four and worked to find a way to bring all of the men back to life. This included trying to experiment on an alternate universe Human Torch, who got sent to their reality. The Fantastic Farce. In What If issue 89, released in July of 1996, we got introduced to a rather unique alternate universe. In this universe, after being hit with the cosmic rays and crashing on Earth, the Fantastic Four don't wake up by themselves, but are instead captured by the US government. Well, at least Reed is. The others are captured by a different government. And if you think that Reed would be treated well by the US government, think again. everyone hates him. Because of his stretchy condition, Reed is forced to wear a prototype Stark exoskeleton, which just makes people hate him even more, as they think he did all of this just to get his hands on it. They also think that Reed's a terrorist, and did this unauthorized launch into space to sabotage the US space program. Luckily for Reed, Matt Murdock is here. Unfortunately for Reed, he's here on the behalf of the US government, and is leading the charge against Reed. Reed is eventually found guilty on charges of manslaughter and treason. Sue then shows up and reveals to Reed that the US government lied about her, Johnny, and Ben's deaths. Sue then rescues Reed, but this escape doesn't end well, as while they do escape, Sue reveals that her molecular structure has been falling apart, and she doesn't have much time left before she dies. She then dies. It's then Nick Fury shows up and reveals to Reed that Johnny is being used as a living thermal battery by the Latverian government. So Reed is sent off to Latveria to rescue Johnny from Dr. Doom, but this plan fails almost immediately, as when Reed arrives, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent sent to wait for him there is already dead, and Reed is then captured by the Latverian government. They then rip Reed out of his exoskeleton, which leaves him in a permanent stretched out state. Reed tries to attack Doom, but he's way outclassed by Doom. It's then revealed that Ben's also being held prisoner by Doom, and has been being tortured for 7 years straight, as Doom has been trying to break into his rocky shell in order to get the cosmic power he believes is still inside of him. Reed then rage baits Ben into smashing the walls of their cells. The two of them try and rescue Johnny, but fail, as once they free Johnny, he activates his flame powers to attack Doom, and this kills Johnny and Doom. Reed and Ben are then recruited by Fury into working on a government job in Nevada, and that's how the story ends. Invisible Woman becomes Captain Universe. In Captain Universe Invisible Woman, released in November of 2005, Sue Storm becomes the superhero Captain Universe for a brief time. You see, Captain Universe is the title of whoever the Enigma Force, aka the Unipower, bonds to. This is a cosmic being that maintains the universe. After bonding with numerous people over the years, it eventually began to lose some of its powers, and in order to regain its powers, it decided to bond itself to various superheroes like Hulk, Daredevil, X-23, and Invisible Woman. While the Fantastic Four are researching the Unipower, the Shi'ar Imperial Guard, Gladiator, shows up to bring it to the Shi'ar Empire for study. The four try and talk him out of it, but he's not listening. Gladiator breaks the Unipower out of its containment, but instead of it bonding to him, it bonds to Sue, in order for Sue to protect it from Gladiator. So Sue throws Gladiator out of the building, and when he returns, he's just like, "Reed, your wife is crazy, we gotta kill her." And so a fight breaks out between the Fantastic Four and Gladiator, though this fight quickly just becomes a fight between Sue and Gladiator as they begin to fly around fighting. And in this fight, they accidentally blow up an oil rig, which absolutely caused an oil spill, and created a giant tsunami racing towards California. So Sue gives the Unipower to Gladiator, and the two fly over to the tsunami. Sue is then given back the Unipower, and she creates a force field big enough to protect the state from the giant wave. In the aftermath, Gladiator chills out and apologizes. The Unipower then leaves with Gladiator, only to then get captured by some aliens. This leads into Captain Universe Silver Surfer, in which the Silver Surfer is given the powers of the Unipower for a little while, before finding a new permanent host for the Unipower. What if Doom became the Sorcerer Supreme? So Doom becoming the Sorcerer Supreme during the Blood Hunt event wasn't the first time that Doom was given this title. Well, in Earth 616 it is, but in What If issue 52, released in June of 1993, Doom travels to meet up with the Ancient One in order to learn how to use the mystic arts, so that he can rescue his mommy from hell. The Ancient One agrees to teach him, and he quickly rises up the ranks. Mordo starts to worry that Doom is becoming too powerful, so Doom beats him up and plants a bomb in his head, saying that he'll detonate it if Mordo tries to mess with him. Eventually, Strange shows up and begs the Ancient One to teach him, but Doom says, "Don't worry, Teach, I got this," and cuts off Strange's hands and replaces them with cybernetic hands. Strange is pretty hyped and leaves. Doom and the Ancient One eventually work together to rescue Doom's mom, but the Ancient One dies in the process, which is a bit of a problem since Dormammu's on his way. Now the Sorcerer Supreme, Doom hires the Fantastic Four to go back in time to do the pirate job so he can get the Obsidian Stone, another one of Blackbeard's treasures. They agree, and because Doom isn't evil, they don't trick him. They do leave Ben behind, though. But they're too late, as Dormammu has delivered a fatal blow to Doom. In his dying breath, Doom uses the stone to defeat Dormammu. He's then rushed to the hospital, and Strange tries to save his life, but fails. So Doom decides to enact his contingency plan. He orders his Doombots to kidnap Strange and use a device to replace his memories and personalities with Doom's. Pretty messed up ending for a Doom who wasn't all that bad. Medusa joins the Fantastic Four. From Fantastic Four issue 132, released in December of 1972, to Fantastic Four issue 159, released in March of 1975, the Inhuman Queen Medusa joined up with the Fantastic Four in order to replace Sue, as she had recently left the team. So, why did Medusa decide to replace Sue? And why did Sue leave in the first place? Did Reed and Sue get divorced? Was Medusa kicked out of the Inhuman royal family? Is Ben Grimm a himbo? Well, Sue was mad with Reed because she believed that he was treating her like she was just the mother of their child, and not a proper teammate. So she left the team and separated from Reed. So the Fantastic Four offered Medusa a spot on the team. She agreed mainly to try and make people realize that Inhumans aren't bad people. This was very important to her, as Medusa had actually been introduced in the comics as a villain. She would go on quite a lot of adventures with the team, but would eventually convince Reed to talk with Sue about how he, put their kid in a medically induced coma. Oh, right, yeah, I probably should have said that earlier. It was around this time that Franklin Richards' powers started to kick in, and since Franklin's powers were insanely powerful, Reed was worried that Franklin wouldn't be able to control his powers, and wipe out all life on Earth. So Reed put Franklin in a medically induced coma, and this didn't exactly help his relationship with Sue. Anyways, so the Richards made up and Medusa left the team. Also, fun fact, Medusa and Black Bolt are cousins, which makes their kid Ahura the product of, well, you know. Marvel, stop making your fictional monarchies like real monarchies. Acrobat. First appearing in Strange Tales issue 106, released in December of 1962, Carl Zante has no backstory. All we know is that he's a criminal who's really good at acrobatics. One day, he figured out that he could score some big cash if he worked with the Human Torch. But there was a problem. Johnny's a good guy, so he's not gonna, rob a bank. But Carl still attempted to convince Johnny, and, as expected, was rejected. But only for a time, as Carl had told him that the rest of the Fantastic Four were taking all of his credit and basically exploiting him. This got Johnny thinking, and after he got into a fight with the rest of his team, he said screw it and joined up with Carl, and the two became the Torrid Twosome. That's the name they went with. They didn't want to workshop it. No, they just Torrid Twosome. Okay. So the two worked together to break into a bank, and thanks to Johnny's fire powers, they were able to break into a safe with ease, and Carl then took $1 million for himself. Yeah, shocking, I know, he betrayed Johnny. Carl then shot Johnny with asbestos and ran off, which, He didn't get far, though, as the Fantastic Four had been following them. A few months later, Carl would dress up as Captain America to do some crimes. Funny enough, Captain America hadn't been brought back into the modern day yet in comics. This is where he'd face off against the Human Torch again, and be defeated again. He would eventually fight the real Captain America only after Johnny contacted Steve and was like, "Hey, this dude pretended to be you, so you might want to kick his ass." And so, Steve beat him up. He was last seen disguising himself as Hawkeye as part of a plot to break apart the Avengers, but this didn't work. As for his powers, he has none, but he's a really skilled acrobatic, thus the name. He's also got an asbestos gun, which is essentially a cancer ray, and a flying platform he can, well, fly around on. He's also got an asbestos-lined truck he drives around in. Somebody ought to tell him to stop doing that. Sue becomes Empress Hydra. First appearing in Exiles issue 91, released in February of 2007, not much is known about this Sue Storm variant's origin. All we know is that she divorced Reed Richards and became the leader of Hydra, and by extension, the entire world, as they were able to wipe out nearly all of Earth's heroes, minus Wolverine, who she was dating. She was also hit by the cosmic rays, so she has her invisibility powers. She also had a daughter with Reed, Valeria, and the two of them were part of a resistance fighting back against her. But anyways, Sue Storm, now going by Empress Hydra, discovered the existence of the multiverse after battling and defeating some of the members of the Exiles. Upon learning about this, she decided that she was going to take over every single universe. Teaming up with an alternate universe, Leandra Niramani, their combined forces started their invasion. But this invasion didn't last long, as the rest of the Exiles would show up and fight them, and in alternate universe Kitty Pryde, going by the name Cat, who was a member of the Exiles, ripped out an important artery from Sue, killing her, and so Empress Hydra's reign came to an end. Oh yeah, Cat also killed the Hydra Wolverine by stabbing him with his own claws. Yeah, she didn't mess around.
Prepare for battle. We'll be right back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
Mom, we could see you. Yeah, you're not invisible.
Am I invisible now?
Whoa.
Now at Burger King, you can get one of 6 Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer toys with every kid's meal.
I'm invisible.
Yeah, Mom, go back to sleep.
Save the world. Now back to Fantastic Four on Disney XD.
Namor married his cousin. Okay, so Namor is kind of like his own thing, but I'm never doing a Namor iceberg, and since he's interacted with the Fantastic Four a lot, I'm gonna talk about this here. Namor's had 2 different wives in the main 616 universe. His most recent marriage was with Marina Smallwood, aka Leviathan, a member of Alpha Flight, but she wasn't his first wife. That would be Dorma, who first appeared in Motion Pictures Funnies Weekly Issue 1, released in April of 1939. Her relationship with Namor was shown throughout most of her time in the comics, up until her death. But this marriage was a little bit strange, as Dorma is actually related to Namor. They're cousins. This isn't even the only time that Namor has had a very unique relationship with his cousins, as he's dated his cousin Namora before, and Nita, one of his cousins, was in love with him for a while. Also turns out that Venus from the group Agents of Atlas is actually in full support of these kinds of relationships, just as long as they're not blood related, but they're still related. Hard choices. In Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four in Hard Choices, released in December of 2006, we get a PSA story about Franklin Richards being peer pressured into drinking alcohol. Also, Elroy T. Elk shows up. Who the hell is Elroy T. Elk? Oh, he's a mascot for the Elks National Drug Awareness Program. Anyways, the story begins with the Fantastic Four and Elroy showing up to Franklin's school as part of a Say No to Drugs kind of event. Afterwards, Franklin goes and hangs out with his friend Tim, while the Fantastic Four and presumably Elroy travel to the Negative Zone to fight Annihilus. And because this fight takes too long, Franklin has to spend the night at Tim's. Tim convinces Franklin to leave their home and head out to the local park to hang out with some teenagers. So they head on over to the park where they meet up with the teens, who are, weirdly really into hanging out with 5th graders. They then offer to give the two some beer, and Tim is pretty hyped about this, while Franklin is a bit worried. Then a car almost hits Tim. Luckily, Spider-Man's there to save him, but Spidey's hurt while trying to rescue the driver, and the teens just bail. They're just like, not my problem, dude. See ya. So Franklin calls his parents, and the Fantastic Four show up. Love this pose that Sue's making. Like, what are you doing? The Fantastic Four then save the driver and a Spider-Man, while Tim gets yelled at by his dad. Reed then explains to the boys that underage drinking is bad. Spider-Man, Tim and his daddy, and the Fantastic Four then all go their separate ways. Elroy did not return from the Negative Zone, so I assume either Annihilus killed him or he joined Annihilus. Scrapped 70s Human Torch show. So remember how Universal Pictures had the rights to the Human Torch in the 70s, so Johnny had to be replaced with Herbie in the new Fantastic Four cartoon? So why did Universal have the rights to the Human Torch? Well, Universal purchased the rights in order to make a live-action Human Torch TV show that would be kickstarted by a made-for-TV live-action film, similar to the 1970s Captain America films. However, for whatever reason, this just never ended up happening, though I do have a theory as to why it never went anywhere. Universal was also responsible for those 2 Captain America films that I just mentioned, and they weren't big hits, and so the show they clearly wanted to make following these films never ended up happening. So maybe because these films bombed, the Human Torch film and show were cancelled. This is just speculation, of course. The Thing was an Elvis impersonator. In What If Issue 10, released in December of 1989, we get a what if story about what if the Punisher's family hadn't been killed. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Fantastic Four, but at the end of the comic, there's 2 brief what if stories, and one of these is what if Thing became an Elvis impersonator, and that's it. It's just this one panel. I only wanted to include it in the video because of how goofy this image is. Rise of the Silver Surfer almost made Jessica Alba quit acting. Jessica Alba's a pretty solid actress, and her career almost ended in 2007 due to her work on Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. While many believe that this film was better than the first, myself included, Sue definitely wasn't handled the best in this film. Although in all fairness, she wasn't handled very well in the previous film either. But this wasn't the reason why she almost quit acting. Instead, it's because of what happened to her on set. In an interview in 2010, she revealed that while filming a scene of her crying in Rise of the Silver Surfer, director Tim Story went up to her and told her that her crying was way too real and painful looking, and that she should be prettier when she cries. Saying stuff like, "Don't do that thing with your face, just make it flat, we can CGI the tears in." This really bothered her, as she felt like her emotions weren't good enough, and that people didn't want her to be a person in these films. So she nearly quit acting after filming Rise of the Silver Surfer. Kurgo. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 7, released in July of 1962, Kurgo was the leader of an alien world known as Xanth. He was just chilling out on his homeworld being a dictator, until one day he and his people discovered that an asteroid was on its way to annihilate their planets. And since their species only had 2 spaceships for some reason, they couldn't transport all 5 billion people off the planet. So Kurgo came up with an idea to capture the Fantastic Four and bring them to their world, so that they could fix their problem for them. Reed created a shrink ray and shrunk the entire population so that they could all fit onto the ships. Well, he shrunk everyone but Kurgo, who wanted to rule over all of these tiny people. So he stole the gas that Reed had made that was going to be used to turn his people back to normal, but in the process, he failed to get on the ship in time, though he would be saved by his robotic servant before the asteroid hit. Turns out, though, Reed lied. There was no growing gas. Reed had only said that to make sure that they would go along with his plan. There wasn't actually anything in the gas container. So the Fantastic Four returned to Earth, while Kurgo returned to his people, but his people hated him, so they kicked him out. So Kurgo traveled to Earth to capture Thing, and force him to beat up his people so that they would worship him again. But upon landing on Earth, he discovered the Hulk. So he tried to recruit the Hulk, only to be stopped by the leader, who was also trying to capture the Hulk. So the two battled each other to see who could steal the Hulk. And by fight each other, I mean they had Hulk and Thing fight each other, with Kurgo betting on Thing and Leader betting on Hulk. But in order to match Hulk's strength, Kurgo used his gizmos and gadgets to enhance Thing's strength. And when the Leader found out about this, he announced that he had won, since Kurgo had cheated. But Kurgo refused to admit defeat, and a fight broke out, resulting in Kurgo dying. As for Kurgo's powers, he has none, and just uses his gadgets to fight. These include his robotic sidekick and various laser guns. As for his appearances in media, he's appeared in the 60s Fantastic Four cartoon. The Fantastic Four save Mustache Man. At the end of Fantastic Four issue 290, released in February of 1986, Reed is supposedly killed, and the rest of the Fantastic Four and Nick Fury get sent back in time to 1936. Now in the past, Nick Fury has decided to take out Mustache Man to prevent World War II, and to get revenge for his friends who died in the conflict. Not wanting Fury to change history, She-Hulk, Johnny, and Sue try to stop him, and while they try to stop him, they have to battle a giant German mech. But it's a prototype, so they easily defeat it. Fury is eventually captured, and while the four, or I guess three, are able to save him, Fury does end up killing Mustache Man. Except not really, as this was all a dream. Reed, who didn't die, explains that the four of them were trapped in Joseph Calhoun's dreams. Joseph is a mutant who's been in a coma since 1936, but he's been slowly waking up from it, which has caused his mind to create temporary time warps out of his memories. And the four of them got trapped in one of these, and were only broken free when Fury shot Mustache Man. Bubble Trouble. In Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four in Bubble Trouble, released in November of 2006, the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man explain to the reader why the new Bubblicious Burst gum is the best gum ever made. The story begins with some kids playing baseball, and their coach, Peter Parker, is really hyped for Jimmy as he's blowing a crazy big bubble. That's when Absorbing Man shows up in the middle of a fight between him and the Fantastic Four. So Peter grabs his Spider-Man stuff and joins in on the fight. The five heroes do their best, but they can't seem to beat him. But that's when Spidey has an idea. He goes up to Jimmy and gets some of his gum. He then takes the new Bubblicious Burst gum and sticks it to the Absorbing Man, who becomes a giant gum bubble. Spidey and the four are pretty hyped that Absorbing Man is now a sentient gum bubble, and the day is saved. Fred and Barney Meet the Thing. Fred and Barney Meet the Thing is unquestionably the weirdest Fantastic Four cartoon, because it's not really a Fantastic Four cartoon. While co-produced by Marvel, the series has almost nothing to do with the Fantastic Four, as none of the members of the team show up, besides the Thing, and even then, Thing's here in name and appearance only. The series followed a teenager named Benji Grimm, who could magically transform himself into the Thing by touching two magic rings together and saying, "Thing ring, do your thing!" And as the Thing, he would battle various bad guys and solve a bunch of mysteries. It's a Hanna-Barbera cartoon from the 70s. Of course there's going to be mystery solving. The show ran for 13 episodes from September to December of 1979. And you're probably now wondering why the show is called Fred and Barney Meet the Thing. Well, that's because new episodes and reruns of the new Fred and Barney show would air alongside the series. This was a sequel series to the Flintstones. This series has been forgotten to time for a number of reasons. For starters, it's a legal nightmare. Fred, Barney, and the Flintstones are owned by Warner Bros., while Thing is owned by Disney, so in order for the series to be put on a streaming platform, air on TV, or be released via DVD, there would have to be some pretty big negotiations between the two companies. Andrew Jackson joins the Fantastic Four. In what? Huh? Released in August 2005, we get a whole bunch of joke what-if scenarios. But probably the strangest of all of these joke stories is what if President Andrew Jackson had taken Ben Grimm's place in the Fantastic Four? Now, you're probably curious, how is Andrew Jackson alive, since he died in June of 1845? And that's a great question. We don't get an answer. He doesn't even have powers, he just works with the team and fights bad guys. His only gimmick is that when he fights these bad guys, he shouts out facts about his time as president. Wonder why he didn't do a goofy reference to the Indian Removal Act. Dreadface. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 359, released in December of 1991, Dreadface, aka the Great Nightmare from the Cold Beyond, such a hard name, is a very strange being. He's a symbiote, but not the same symbiote as Venom, Carnage, Upscream, Agony, etc. He's a completely different type of symbiote made up of living darkness that traveled the galaxy in search of powerful hosts. And upon bonding to these hosts, the symbiotes would then go travel some more and annihilate any and all civilizations it came across. Dreadface would be captured by Devos the Devastator, and when the Fantastic Four ended up on his ship, the containment unit holding Dreadface was opened, and Dreadface stowed away on the Fantastic Four's ship. The four would then crash land back on Earth on a tropical island, and Dreadface quickly took advantage of its new environment, and bonded to a gorilla, which I guess is a new gorilla species, because I don't really think that gorillas are found on tropical islands. Anyways, it would jump from the gorilla to the Thing, before being scared off by Johnny, before then bonding to Johnny, only to then be scared off by Thing. They thought that they had actually killed it, but Dreadface was very much still alive, and swam across the ocean, vowing revenge on Johnny and Ben. It would then work with a man named Emmanuel King, and create a cloning machine, so that it could create a clone army. King would then turn on Dreadface upon realizing that his girlfriend, who Dreadface had bonded to, was slowly killed by it. So he contacted Thing and warned him about Dreadface's plan. So Ben and fellow superhero Wildstreak showed up to stop Dreadface, and they battled it out. The fight would end when Psylord showed up and easily defeated Dreadface. Dreadface would escape and enact a plan to bond to Franklin, but his plan would be foiled by the Fantastic Force member Huntara, who opened up a portal, sending Dreadface into space, where he would never be seen again. He was then seen again working with the Puppet Master, and that's it. He hasn't shown up in like 20 years. How did he get back to Earth? I have no idea. As for its powers, Dreadface can use whatever powers his hosts have, but as for its own powers, it doesn't really have many. It can survive in the vacuum of space, create tentacles, and is extremely difficult to kill. Golden Oldie. In Marvel Team-Up issue 137, released in October of 1983, we're introduced to a reality in which the question nobody asked was answered. What if Aunt May became a herald of Galactus? The story starts with Aunt May, Peter, and Mary Jane going to see the circus, and they just so happen to be seated right next to the Fantastic Four. They're all enjoying the show, but then the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man are called away to deal with an emergency. Franklin stays behind and is babysitted by Aunt May. They continue to enjoy the show until Galactus shows up, demanding that Franklin become his newest herald, due to his powers. I was gonna make a joke about how Galactus is breaking child labor laws, but this also counts as kidnapping, and Galactus kills billions on the daily, so this really isn't that big of a deal to him. He shoots out a cosmic beam to transform Franklin, but the kid fights back and deflects the blast, which makes it hit Aunt May instead, transforming her into the superhero, the Golden Oldie. The Golden Oldie's first order of business was to make sure that Galactus wasn't hungry anymore, so she introduces Galactus to the greatest thing ever created, the Twinkie. Galactus surprisingly loves them, and pretty soon eats every single Twinkie on the planet, so he orders Golden Oldie to travel the galaxy in search for more, and she kinda does. She finds a planet that looks exactly like a Twinkie, and discovers that it's an artificial planet created by a being known as Doughboy. No, not that Doughboy. Surprised I referenced Doughboy twice in this video. This dude's crazy because he tells Aunt May that he was exiled from his homeworld because he was baking too much. Imagine getting exiled from your planet because you couldn't stop making cookies. It also turns out that Doughboy is responsible for many of the planets that Galactus eats. So Golden Oldie convinces Doughboy to be Galactus's new herald, and to make more food for him. She then travels back to Earth, and Franklin absorbs all of her cosmic energy, bringing her back to normal. I assume she's then shot in the aftermath of the Civil War event. Cancelled 1980s Invisible Woman miniseries. In 1986, there were plans at Marvel for John Byrne and Mary Wilshire to create a 4-issue miniseries focused on Sue Storm, titled Invisible Woman. This wouldn't be your standard solo miniseries. This wasn't going to explore her backstory or her going solo for a little bit. No, this story was going to be about Sue's powers mutating, which would allow her to not just become invisible, but also intangible. She wouldn't be able to control these powers, and so she would accidentally fall into an alternate dimension, where she would then have to spend the next 40 years living there, as the only way to return to Earth 616 was only available every 40 years. So the story would have followed her trying to survive in this reality and battling a group of supervillains called the Shadow Knights. The world that she's trapped in would first appear to be very fantasy-like, very Conan the Barbarian or Red Sonja coded, but as time goes on, the world gets more and more sci-fi. So why was this miniseries cancelled? To this day, we have no idea. The only reason we know about this series is because of a brief blurb about it in Amazing Heroes Preview Special Issue 2. Silver Snowboarder. Only appearing in West Coast Avengers Issue 1, released in August of 2018, the Silver Snowboarder is a superhero who tried to join the West Coast Avengers, and has, nothing to do with the Fantastic Four, but she's clearly a Silver Surfer reference, so I'm gonna talk about her. After realizing that they need more members, team leader Hawkeye sends out a recruitment flyer, and so the Silver Snowboarder shows up and tries to join the team, but her powers only work in the snow, and since the team is located in Los Angeles, she was rejected. What are her powers? No idea. I assume that she can manipulate snow and, I don't know, maybe fly around on a snowboard. She's never appeared again. Willie Lumpkin comic strip. Remember how I said that Willie Lumpkin's first appearance in comics was in Fantastic Four issue 11, released in November of 1962? Well, that's not technically true. Willie Lumpkin actually predates this comic, and the Fantastic Four. From December of 1959 to May of 1961, Stan Lee and Dan DeCarlo created a newspaper comic strip called Willie Lumpkin. This comic followed the titular Willie Lumpkin as he went around his mail route in the town of Glenville, Nebraska. Despite it being a small town, Willie ended up in a whole bunch of different wacky scenarios. The comic was released daily, so there were a ton of these old Willie Lumpkin stories created. The most interesting thing about these comics, at least in my opinion, is that they seem to be canon to Marvel, as Willie is fairly young in these comics, and pretty old in the Marvel comics, and in the Marvel comics he mentioned that he used to work out of Glenville, and because there's so many of these Willie Lumpkin comics, Willie probably has more comic appearances than a lot of your favorite characters. Dr. Doom is friends with Henry Kissinger. So Dr. Doom is pretty evil, but he's fictional. But you know who wasn't fictional, but was extremely evil? Henry Kissinger. How evil was he? Pretty evil. And it just so happens that in the world of Marvel Comics, Dr. Doom was friends with Henry Kissinger. In Supervillain Team-Up Issue 6, released in March of 1976, Kissinger traveled to Latveria to discuss a non-aggression agreement between Latveria and the United States. Doom wasn't a big fan of him at first, and showcased a number of his superweapons in an attempt to intimidate Kissinger, and by extension, the US. But he held off on this intimidation plan once the Fantastic Four showed up to fight him, as Kissinger immediately ordered the Fantastic Four to scram, as their attack on Doom's castle was risking an international incident. And so the deal went through, and Kissinger told the Fantastic Four that they can never enter Latveria again, which means that they can't stop Doom or his plans for world domination. Doom was pretty chill with this, and Kissinger left. Yes, technically they weren't friends, but they sure got along by the end of this encounter. I love how the cover to this comic teases Kissinger's appearance, like, check out this crazy guest star! Like kids are gonna be hyped to see the Nobel Peace fraud Henry Kissinger. The Anti-Galactus suit. Only ever appearing in Fantastic Four issue 557, released in May of 2008, the Anti-Galactus suit is exactly what it sounds like. It's a giant kaiju-sized mech created by Reed Richards in order to fight Galactus. It's a crazy-looking piece of machinery that has never actually fought Galactus. Yup, it's only appeared once and it never fought Galactus. It wasn't even destroyed at the end of the story. Reed's just never used it again. This is probably because it literally costs $1 billion a second to run. The only combat the machine saw was up against the Cap robot, the Conserve and Protect robot. Created by a dude named Ted Castle, this giant robot was designed to protect the people of New World. New World being an artificial Earth being developed to host the world's elite, while the rest of humanity rots back on Earth. New World would eventually be destroyed by Galactus. Anyways, the Cap robot went haywire on Earth, which required Reed to pilot the Anti-Galactus suit to stop its rampage. As for its abilities, it's a giant mech, so it's got insane strength and durability. It's also got various machine guns built into it, and its punches deal massive shockwaves. It's also been described in universe as the most dangerous weapon on Earth, so it's pretty tough. The Apocalypse Beast. First appearing in Fantastic Four Iron Man Big in Japan issue 3, released in December of 2005, in this storyline, Reed Richards has come to town from the USA and is now lost in Japan. He's the star of the Fantastic Four, and everything is all new. Showtime is today here in Japan. I don't know why there's not a single person that's going to get this reference, or appreciate this reference. Anyways, as for the actual storyline, in this story, the Fantastic Four and Iron Man are in Japan, and they end up battling a monster known as the Apocalypse Beast. This horrid creature originally landed on Earth thousands of years ago, but was transported away to another dimension by the Deviants. Realizing that this thing would return one day, they created a race of beings that the beast would instinctively try and eat, called the Moloids. Yes, the Mole people, led by Mole Man, are actually bait for this monster. The Moloids were designed to be a living virus, and that if the Apocalypse Beast were to eat them, or came into contact with them, it would die. The monster would return once a cult summoned the creature from the alternate dimension. So the Fantastic Four and Iron Man team up with Mole Man to defeat the monster. They travel to Monster Island and get ready to do battle. But they aren't the ones who actually defeat the creature. The Moloids just start throwing themselves at the kaiju, which kills it. The beast's body was then launched into space. But what's interesting is that the Moloids don't die when they attack the monster. And for centuries after, a colony of Moloids lived on the creature's corpse floating through space. But this civilization eventually came to an end, and a lone Moloid child is launched from the corpse in hopes that it'll one day find a new place to call home. Just a random Superman reference at the end there. As for the Apocalypse Beast's powers, it's a giant kaiju, so it has an immense amount of strength and durability. It also had extremely long nails that acted like claws, and it had giant antibodies inside of it guarding its innards in case somebody tried to kill it from the inside. What if Marvel employees were the Fantastic Four? In What If issue 11, released in July of 1978, we get a very strange universe, in which the Fantastic Four aren't Reed, Sue, Johnny, and Ben, but instead Marvel employees from the late 70s. Stan Lee is Mr. Fantastic, Jack Kirby is the Thing, Sol Brodsky is the Human Torch, and Flo Steinberg is Invisible Girl. The story starts with the four of them just chilling out at Marvel's office, when suddenly they get a package from some Skrulls, and this package explodes with cosmic rays, giving the four employees the powers of the Fantastic Four, and with these powers, they became, well, the Fantastic Four. They would then use their adventures as inspiration for the Fantastic Four comics. Though, unlike Ben Grimm, Jack Kirby could actually turn into the Thing and then back to being human whenever he wanted. After battling a bunch of bad guys, the Fantastic Four would finally find the Skrulls who turned them into mutants. Turns out, it was just a guy, an Atlantean, but nonetheless just a dude. He reveals that the Skrulls intended to invade the Earth and enslave humanity, so the Fantastic Four and Namor battle him and prevent the invasion, and so they continued their adventures as the Four, and their jobs as comic creators. Thing and Mole Man try to create a brand new continent. After returning to Earth after the events of Secret Wars, Ben did a lot of things before rejoining the Fantastic Four, like becoming a wrestler and joining the West Coast Avengers. Or at least, he was going to join them, but right as he was about to, his cosmic ray mutation began to mutate further, which made Ben beyond depressed. So he ran away to Monster Island, where he would meet Mole Man. Instead of fighting, the two actually became friends, and Ben was convinced that Mole Man was doing something good, creating a society for ugly people. And while hanging out with Mole Man, he stopped mutating, so he agreed to help Mole Man in his ultimate plan to raise up a bunch of ground from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean to create a brand new continent that would house all of the Moloids and other ugly people that Mole Man lets in. This is a very bad idea, but Ben doesn't realize it at first. It takes the rest of the Fantastic Four to explain to him that if you were to raise up a giant landmass from the Pacific Ocean, it would trigger a ton of earthquakes in the Ring of Fire and utterly destroy everything near that ring, killing millions, if not billions. So Ben goes to confront Mole Man about this, only to discover that Mole Man is actually living in a holographic paradise with a bunch of beautiful AI women who love him, betraying the whole land of the ugly thing they had going on. So Ben joins back up with the Fantastic Four and is able to stop Mole Man's plans. Doom the Living Planet. First appearing in Astonishing Spider-Man and Wolverine issue 2, released in July of 2010, in Earth 10964, Dr. Doom was dying, not of a disease or anything that could be cured. He was dying of old age. While most would come to terms with this fact, Doom refused, and enacted a plan to stay alive. So he transferred his consciousness into Ego the Living Planet, thus becoming Doom the Living Planet. Luckily, this was a very simple process, and nobody was hurt. Except for everybody on Earth who was killed in the process. Well, every human being. There was actually another sentient species living on Earth who survived, the small folk, a millions-of-year-old ancient species of primate that hid from the rest of the world. They survived the creation of Doom the Living Planet due to Wolverine and Spider-Man giving them tips and tricks on how to survive. The small folk worshipped Doom because, I mean, it's a giant planet with a face. Somebody's gonna worship it. Despite this, Doom was hell-bent on wiping out life on Earth. Luckily, thanks to the efforts of Spider-Man, Wolverine, and a robotic devil dinosaur, Doom the Living Planet was destroyed by a cannon that harnessed the power of the Phoenix Force, called the Phoenix Gun. Wolverine was killed when firing the weapon, but was revived shortly afterwards. As for his powers, he's a planet. He's a giant living planet, so he can morph his surface to whatever he wants. He also has various Doom insects living on him, which serve as his heralds. A second Doom the Living Planet would debut in Thor issue 5, released in September of 2018. Hailing from Earth 14412, this Doom survived a planet-wide massacre done by Loki, and in the aftermath equipped himself with the powers of Doctor Strange, Iron Fist, Ghost Rider, and the Star Brand. This allowed him to live for an extremely long time, but this wasn't enough power for him. So he eventually tried to take the powers of Thor, the Phoenix Force, and the Odin Force, though he would fail and be supposedly killed. Though he would return thanks to the help of Mephisto, who had somehow transferred Doom's soul into Ego the Living Planet. Yeah, they just kind of skipped the process of him becoming a planet. He just shows up again as a planet. He worked under Mephisto in Doom Supreme, another alternate universe version of Doctor Doom, one who founded the group the Multiversal Masters of Evil, and because he's literally a planet, Doom the Living Planet was essentially their living base, though he would eventually be killed. As for his powers, he presumably has the same powers as the previous Doom the Living Planet. Galactus the World Restorer. First appearing in Exiles issue 87, released in October of 2006, the Galactus of Earth 552 is not your typical Galactus. Instead of him eating worlds and causing countless deaths, this Galactus was all about life. He traveled the galaxy in search of dead or dying worlds, and upon finding them, he would use his powers to quite literally revive the planet. He was pretty necessary, as in this reality, the universe was being hammered by a blight that was wiping out worlds en masse. In fact, Galactus only revived worlds affected by the blight, and so when his herald, Silver Surfer, was like, "Hey, can you revive my planet? I accidentally blew it up." Galactus refused to help, so the Surfer attacked Galactus and then destroyed Earth. Galactus most likely would have died if not for the help of the Shi'ar Imperial Guard and the superhero team, the Exiles. In order to stop Silver Surfer's crazed rampage, Galactus turned Exiles member Sabretooth into his temporary herald. The two fought and the Silver Surfer was killed. Galactus then took back his powers from Sabretooth and made the Shi'ar Imperial Guard Manta into his new permanent herald. She then convinced Galactus to revive worlds that weren't hit by the blight, and so Galactus restored Earth. Kinda crazy that if the Silver Surfer just argued a bit harder, he probably could have convinced Galactus to help him, but no, he just had to go and attack him. The Delinquent. First appearing in Fantastic Four issue 24, released in December of 1963, the Delinquent, aka Infant Terrible, is part of an alien species called the Elan. They're an insanely powerful species by default, as they're all born with the ability to alter reality with their minds. And so, the entire race decided to stay away from other civilizations. But what happens when one of these guys shows up on Earth? Well, one day, a baby Elan landed on Earth after being separated from its parents, and it just caused nothing but chaos. It eventually would be hired by a criminal named Big Joe, but this partnership didn't last for obvious reasons. In order to defeat it, Reed and the Fantastic Four decided not to defeat it. Instead, they used a device to contact the alien's parents. So the parents came by and picked up their kid, and luckily, this kid would never cause any more trouble. Except that's not true, as it landed on Earth once again, and caused some more chaos. But its parents would eventually show up to collect their kid again. Years went by, and its parents would eventually die, but luckily, the alien kid was now older, so it no longer was getting lost on Earth. One day, it was severely injured by the villain Starstalker, which got the attention of Franklin Richards, who rescued the alien along with the superhero team, the Power Pack. At first, this seemed like a really nice thing to do, help people. But the injury caused to the delinquent made it so that its reality-altering powers were being used without its control, and they nearly killed Franklin. In order to prevent its powers from eradicating Earth, the Power Pack and Galactus Herald Nova amputated the creature's antenna that it used to transmit these powers, and this solved the problem. The creature would then join the Power Pack and become a reoccurring hero on Earth. For like 2 seconds, and then he bailed. It would then be seen again being enslaved by Annihilus during the Annihilation storyline. Luckily, it would be freed from Annihilus's control, and that's it. We haven't seen this dude in almost 20 years. As for its powers, the delinquent can shapeshift, use telekinesis, transform any object into anything it wants, create force fields, and teleport. Like I said, it can alter reality, which makes it insanely powerful. As for its appearances in media, it's appeared in the new Fantastic Four. Thomas Hansen. Only appearing in Fantastic Four issue 285, released in September of 1985, Thomas, or Tommy, Hansen is a 13-year-old kid and a big fan of superheroes. But in particular, he was a huge Human Torch fan, and he desperately wanted to let the Human Torch know he exists. So, what does he do? In an attempt at gaining the Human Torch's powers so that he could be his sidekick, Tommy doused himself in gasoline and lit a match. Yeah. He wouldn't die immediately, and would be rushed to the hospital, only to then die with Johnny standing at his side. Tommy's parents were furious with Johnny, blaming him for inspiring their son to, do what he did. This incident, understandably, really messed Johnny up, and he actually quit being the Human Torch. Perhaps Johnny would have never rejoined the Fantastic Four, if not for the Beyonder. The Beyonder showed up in Johnny's apartment upon sensing Johnny's stress. The Beyonder then shows Johnny Tommy's life, and how lonely the kid was, and how the only bit of comfort Tommy had was reading about the Human Torch. The Beyonder would then tell Johnny that Tommy didn't die because of him, it was through him that Tommy lived, and so Johnny decides to return to being the Human Torch in memory of Thomas Hansen. And that'll be it, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs out there. That was the Fantastic Four Iceberg. I hope you all enjoyed. It was a lot of fun making it. Once again, huge thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring the video. I never thought I would ever have a sponsorship. Thank you. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this one. If you got this far, type "it's clobbering time" in the comments. Let's see how many clobberings we can get. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed. This year so far has been kind of not been great for me and the channel, because every video is bombed really badly. Like Captain America didn't do too hot. Daredevil bombed super hard. The Doom Iceberg bombed really hard. Jurassic Park Remastered also bombed. Terminator did as well as I expected. And yeah, it's just it's been kind of messing with my mind. these past couple of weeks especially have been pretty much since like the end of May, or not probably towards the end, like around May 20th, around then. Around my birthday, funny enough. It's just been a constant agonizing, like, just like someone's like like not strangling, but like someone's like grabbing hold of my intestines, just not letting go, like, squeezing down, and just I feel like there's like in my stomach area, it just feels like there's a pit, like it's just it sucks. Sorry, I think I knocked something. Like it's not great. It's really bothering me. So if you guys want to share the video around, I hope you do. The algorithm does not like me anymore. Because I did not upload in November 2024, in January of 2025, and YouTube did not care for that. Also, I mean, I'm not stupid. I know Iceberg videos are not as popular as they used to be. I'm well aware of that. But the algorithm, but it's I don't know. It's pretty transparent what's going on. I just kind of got kicked out. It's cool. I shouldn't be. It sounds like a pity party thing. I'm not. Like, I am very thankful for everyone who has continues to watch, and for everyone who has become a member. I genuinely, when I started the channel memberships, I was really scared that people were going to hate me and go like, "Oh, you're selling out," or whatever. But people have seemed to respond nicely to them, and I've gotten quite a few so far, and words cannot begin to describe how much that means to me. I don't think you'll ever understand how much that means to me. This whole thing's been a dream come true, and these last few months, it's just, I mean, I'm still living it. I'm still living the dream, but I just want to keep dreaming a little bit longer, But yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I'm sorry. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you guys enjoyed the movie Fantastic Four: First Steps, coming out soon. I'm actually recording this on July 3rd, so it's pretty much the end of the month. So yeah. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Yeah, but thank you all for watching. So yeah, thank you to all my channel members: Nathan Trench, Steven, Maurice Deceased, Digital Medic, Adam Depp, Ismail IXQ8, Island Cookston, Derry, King Fenrir 1987, Cowboy Tuba, Solid Frissy, Lone Thunder, Jordan Tubby, The Mr. Train Track, and Jacob Sutton. Real quick update, I was rendering this video for about 12 hours. Then it decided to, my computer decided to, decided it was time for an update. So I had 18 hours left to render, shut down, gotta start from scratch. But this has given me the opportunity to also thank the member Killam, who just joined very recently. He joined after I recorded the original one. Thank you all for watching. I hope you have a fantastic day. I did. There's the meme. I'll see you guys in the next video. Maybe it's not an iceberg. Maybe it's probably gonna be an iceberg, but more non-iceberg videos are on the way as well, because I'd like to branch out and I'd like to have fun. So I hope you guys want to have fun with me. That sounded weird. I'm gonna just I'm gonna end it now. Have a good one, everyone. Stay safe and all that.